Yes, you're right. I am putting on pants. Gia. Oh, the chat is live. The chat is always hype. We're coming up to 1 minute, everybody. 1 minute. Uh-oh. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome. It is the final countdown is done. We are here. We're here. I mean, this is it. We're here for WWDC 21. Thank you so much for everyone for coming out now. I had some issues with my graphics, so normally we have this like little bug in the corner that tells you how to call. But the good thing is that, first of all, you all in the chat are keeping it hype. You're all crazy already. I can see what you're writing. Some of you are commenting on my pants, my bare feet, and also like how messy my room is. Does this look messy to you? I mean, come on. This we're doing it live. So look, there's a lot of excitement around WWDC 21. Call wise, if you go into the description, we got a couple things here in place for you all to kind of be a part of the show, to participate. So first of all, if you want to call, the phone lines are open. They fill up super fast. The number is, let me make sure I do this right because I don't want to mess it up. 844-811-9561. We got 10 calls, slots open. Actually, we only have 3 slots open, so we're going to have you all be a part of the show. Ask what questions. There's so much going on, so much hype, and a lot of excitement. So let's just get to some orders of business just to get you all kind of up to speed of what's happening. We will talk about the rumors. We'll have you ask questions. Apple's keynote will start at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So what we'll do is we'll go to audio then. I don't run the actual live stream because I want to keep my channel up. So we're doing the pre-show right now, Apple's keynote at 10 a.m., and then the post-show where you all call in and you vent and you cry and you do all the things above. Now, if there's any audio issues because I manage this by myself, just let me know. Sometimes the call software audio is a little lower than my voice. If my voice is too low, let me know. We're going to do this. We'll do it big. All right. Number 1, orders of business. Now, there's ways to participate in this show and have fun. First of all, we've got a poll for you. Now, I'm going to go to it right now. And the poll, the link of the poll is in the description here. But we like to ask you all some questions about what you're feeling going into WWDC. Again, Apple's going to start their keynote in about an hour and 20 minutes, so we're going to be here until then. Things like, what are you expecting from WWDC this year? Which rumored Apple OS are you most excited about? Hey, we've heard tons of rumors about the MacBook Pro. Is it going to come now? Is it not? As we kind of get down to the final hours, Love to Dream, who's a leaker, said no hardware today. Well, up until this point, multiple sources are saying we'll at least hear about hardware today. So that's what makes this exciting. We're going to find out about that. So check it out. I believe the link in the description is just basically go to tinyurl.com/WWDC21 pre-show poll. Okay, that's one way to play and just kind of be a part of the show. Number 2, we got to do this. We got to do this. It's BTZ's WWDC 2021 Big Bingo card. And why is this important? Well, this is important because you have the opportunity. I'm going to do this. I'm giving away 3 $25 Apple gift cards for 3 random winners of this bingo. This is how you do it. You go to the link in the description, which is tinyurl.com/WWDC21. And then when you'll get to this site, it's BT's Big Bingo card. Now, you'll generate your card, and it's completely random. And what happens is this is only good during the actual keynote. But what I want you to do is when they say something like, "Dear Lord," if they say dub, you mark it on your card. This works on mobile. This works on desktop. You can do a PC, your tablet, whatever you want. Yeah, your Mac too. I mean, this is an Apple event per se. But you go in here and you click on the items that are said by Apple. We got the middle spot. Yeah, come on, go Dubs! But anyways, once you get 5 in a row, all you have to do is tweet me, send it to me at Brian Tong, and then I'll try and get the graphic working for the post show. I don't know if I can do it or not, but either way, send it along to me. Find me on Twitter. You can either DM it or send it publicly, and then I will collect everybody, do a randomizer, and then send out 3 $25 gift cards to 3 lucky individuals who play Big Bingo with this. All right, so that's the second way to do this. You know what? One thing I should also mention, I guess, since we got to do this before we get things started. One way to support all my content, and I'm not going to do this all the time, but patreon.com/Brian Tong is how you do it. This is where people that support my content have allowed me to continue to do this, which is amazing. It starts at $2 per month, $5, which is a cup of coffee. You got all these different levels, the $25 level, the $1,000 level. But what you get here is early access to my content. You get benefits and rewards at each level, like a sticker or like a signed photo if you like that. Also, other things is a completely ad-free version of my audio podcast, which comes out weekly. So patreon.com is just a way that people have shown their support to keep me in the game and keep me doing this, and I'm so grateful for that. So those are 3 things. But the number one thing is we want to talk about is getting to the phone calls. So let's just dive in here. I'm gonna take my time here. This is the first call we're doing. I hope it works. All right. Let's see if we got this. First call of the day. The call software can sometimes be unforgiving, but do we have our friend from the 801? Is it Alyssa? That's 15. Yes? No? Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, this is Bo.
Say again, my friend.
This is Bo College.
What's going on? How you doing? Can everyone hear it okay? No, I can hear you. I can hear you just fine.
Yeah,
I had it down.
I'm good.
All right. Well, you know what? Let me know what are you hoping to hear here at WWDC 21? What are you expecting? What are you excited about?
I kind of heard about the what was it? The redesigned lock screen that was supposed to happen, and then we were supposed to get iMessage updates.
So what do you want to see the
So,
most? You got to bring it. You are the first call here, all right? So what is the one thing that you're excited to see?
New MacBooks.
New MacBooks. I think a lot of us are pretty excited about the MacBook Pros. We don't know if we're going to see them or not, but you know, there's a lot of anticipation around them. People that are watching in the live chat right now, just let me know about the audio levels, just to make sure that you know, we got them set right. But if it's a little too quiet, you know, you can let me know as well. But okay, so you want to see new MacBook Pros? What is the number one feature that's important to you for the MacBook Pro?
Well, we should. A lot of people were saying that we're going to get rid of the Touch Bar.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you want the most?
And I kind of want AirPods 3s. I mean, we haven't had AirPods since like 2019 almost.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's time for a redesign on AirPods.
We'll see what happens. People are saying, okay, the caller's voice is loud. I'm working on that, everybody. We are tweaking it, and okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna jump into the next call. MacBook Pro. You want to hear AirPods? That's cool. Thanks so much for calling. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You too.
Okay, here we go, guys. All right, so yeah, obviously I'm tweaking with the audio. Everyone's like saying you're too quiet. Okay, we're gonna get this little fine balance. I'm checking this. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. We've got our friend Corbin. It looks like from the 850. Corbin, can you hear me? Are you there? What's up?
What's up, Brian?
What's up? Thank you so much for calling. Where are you calling from, Corbin?
Florida, Tallahassee.
All right, let's go, Florida. Florida. So you're obviously calling in WWDC 21. Super excited about it. What are you most excited about?
Okay, so here's my take on this. So we got the MacBook Pro. I cannot wait for that. I'm super juiced for that. M1X. I hope it comes. Like, you know, I saw that leak from Love to Dream, and you know, it kind of put me off. I was like, oh no, but hopefully we see it. I'm hoping we see it.
Yeah,
that processor is a beast.
Is there a specific feature for you that you want to see from, you know, the processor? Obviously, we know that there's indications that it's going to be the next generation of the processor. If we see it, you know, whether they call it the M1X or the M2, we'll wait and find out. But beyond the processor, have you been a MacBook Pro user, and what is kind of that one feature that's going to put you over the top? Say, okay, this is why I got to have it.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I have not previously purchased a MacBook Pro. I've been on the MacBook Air, but I don't really like that touch bar. I want that out of there, and speakers and battery life is what I'm looking at, and of course the additional ports on there that they're giving us supposedly this year, the 3 or 4 Thunderbolt ports and such, like those are sick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people were, first of all, when the 13-inch MacBook Pro came out and it was the first generation M1, a lot of people were like, come on, give me more ports. They were so disappointed, and Apple kind of said, wink, wink.
Yeah.
Don't you think that we might be releasing something down the road with more ports that is more catered towards pros beyond the MacBook Pro 13? And of course they were. It's just a matter of time. I mean, I think it's funny how impatient we can get, because when Apple releases something, for example, I think a good example is the iMac, the M1 iMac. Everyone was instantly like, where's the iMac Pro? I mean, come on. We can all pretty much assume that it's going to happen eventually, most likely by the end of this year. But people were almost like frustrated and mad that they didn't get the iMac that they wanted, so then they just like piled on the M1 iMac. And I just thought that was kind of the psychology of the Apple user who actually just wants to buy something.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing I was hyped for is, you know, we don't know too much about their next generation operating system. So I think that element of surprise we have there is nice because, you know, we don't know what we're going to get for most of the operating systems. Like we've heard nothing about, you know, macOS. We've heard a little bit about watchOS, some about iOS, but I hope I'm surprised.
Yeah, you know, I think the other part of this puzzle is, like, to your point, this is, to me, one of the most exciting keynotes because we really know, if you said, okay, how much do we know? I think in the past we've known maybe 85 to 90% of what we expect to see. I think this keynote, we're probably more around like 20 to 25%. And so that in itself is going to bring a lot of, you know, surprises for us, whether they're small features, whether they're big features in iOS, macOS. I mean, look, the number one thing that for me, I've been saying this since my M1 iPad Pro review is, what are they going to do with the iPad? You know, this is a machine that they put in the M1 chip and has more power than it's ever had before. But now we aren't seeing it being utilized to its fullest in previous generations. And now you're saying, oh, we're going to throw in an M1 here, and it's still not. So I've got to imagine that this WWDC will hopefully unlock something specifically with the iPad Pro.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. If they don't do that, they're going to get a lot of hate on that iPad Pro because, you know, the 16 gig RAM, like they really need to modify that apps can only use 5 gigs. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah. For those of you that are
they really need to take advantage. They really need to take advantage of this processor. It's very powerful.
Yeah, for what Corbin's referring to is it was revealed and later released that currently, no matter what type of app you're running on an iPad Pro, it's limited to only using up to 5 gigs of RAM, even though you know, there's 16 available on the 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte models. So we've got to imagine that they're going to unlock this ability. But again, we just have to wait for WWDC to show us that that's what they're actually going to do. So until they do that, you know, look, we've talked about Pro apps. There are, you know, Pro apps available, like Apple touts it a lot. LumaFusion for video editing, obviously Photoshop. It's not the Photoshop you expect on the desktop, but it is Photoshop, and Adobe is launching their apps specifically for iPad Pro as well. But a lot of people want to see this kind of seamless workflow between Final Cut Pro on the iPad Pro and the desktop. They want to see Logic on there. So I think that these are important things that hopefully we'll be waiting to see. Someone even was like saying, oh, I've got Adobe. I've been seeing a lot of Premiere ads lately. Is Adobe trying to like set things up, and maybe we'll finally see Premiere Pro available on the iPad Pro? We'll see. I'm a Premiere user, quite honestly, so for my workflow, that actually helps out. But we really need to see, specifically from WWDC, Apple truly unlock the iPad Pro. That's one of the big things that they got to hit today for me.
Yes, definitely.
All right.
Now, one final thing.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Corbin.
One final thing.
No, go ahead.
So I think, you know, the keynote's hype and everything, but what really is the hype for me is every keynote getting to tune into your stream, the pre-show, and then the post-show. It's just awesome, dude. And me being blind, I love how you put the audio of the keynote, and I love your reactions to the different, you know, parts of the keynote when they release stuff. And I just love your show, man. It's amazing.
Corbin, thank you so much. I'm glad that I can offer you, you know, content that, you know, that you can take advantage of. I mean, with the reactions, I'm just straight up reacting like you all. And if it's a crazy reaction, it happens. I mean, sometimes, you know, this is a really exciting show. If we see MacBook Pro, I might pee myself. And so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So Corbin, thank you so much for calling. Really appreciate it, buddy. And we'll be here in the post show if you want to like digest and call back. But thanks again, my man.
Oh yeah, definitely calling in post show.
All right, sounds good. All right, so there you go.
All right, see you, man.
Thank you, man. There goes Corbin. I do want to tell people that we're here on the last keynote. Like, we had all this trouble with keeping the phone lines open, and you know how sometimes there's this thing called user error. Well, they changed the call software, and every time I kept on hitting drop, I actually was dropping the actual like call, not the individual caller. And so I fixed that by learning where to click properly on software. Okay, you know what? Let's do this while we're setting things up. It is 8:53 p.m. Apple Keynote, 10 a.m. You're here for the pre-show. You're here to hang out. You can call in. What I want to do here is kind of see what people have been doing with the poll. I asked you all to kind of give me some responses and to see kind of what the pulse is. We're at 183 responses so far. I'm encouraging all of you who are watching to get that number to 200. We're at 185 now. So give me 200 responses so we have a good amount of data from you all that are watching this. You can go to the link in the description to fill out the poll. It's about, I think, 10 or 12 questions, nothing big. But when you do that, like I said, 185, once we get to 200, we'll check out the results of that as well. Okay, so the other thing for those of you who has missed it and are wondering if we're going to do a big bingo, yes, we're going to do a big bingo. People that are super chatting, thank you so much. I gotta show love if I can while everything's going on. Mark Miller, nothing but love for you. Thank you for the chat support. This is all run on my own, like you can see. Look, sometimes we've done like exercise challenges here in the open area floor just because we've got an hour to go, but whatever, you can do what you want. Super chat, just call in, be a part of the show, fill out the forms. We are I'm not going to show that yet. Okay, cool. So let's go to another caller. The call software sometimes gets your name right. Don't blame if they get it wrong. Don't blame me. We're just having some fun here. So it looks like I have my friend from the 615. I don't know if it's Sergey or not. Are you there? I'm going to give him a second. From the 615.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Who am I talking to?
Okay. You're talking to a 14-year-old teenager from Tennessee.
Tennessee. I love it. All right. Well, what did you want to... You obviously called in because you want to talk about what's happening at WWDC 21. So what are you most excited about, my friend?
I'm sorry. First, I want to talk about the iMessage thing, because you're familiar with WhatsApp, right? Like, do you use it? Or
Yeah, I use WhatsApp. Yes, I do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Apple's, I think they're, like, trying to, like, make a WhatsApp competitive, like, messaging system. And it kind of, like, it's going to probably impress me.
Okay, is that all you're kind of looking forward to, or is there anything else?
Yeah, but like also, I'm expecting like new AirPods.
Ooh, you want to see AirPods?
Yes, like probably like AirPods, like the sequel to, not the the AirPods 2. I'm talking about AirPods 2. AirPods 3.
You want AirPods? I know you want AirPods 3, not AirPods Pro 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Yes, there you go. I know, right? They got so many things. Like, how are we gonna? People are always asking me, why are you wearing wired earbuds? And I'll tell you why. It's because the way my system works, I need wired. I need to be reliable. It also sounds better, and these guys also like fall out of my ears. I don't know. My left ear, like once I start talking, like wiggle drops out, so that's why. But when I'm listening, I don't have a problem. Okay, sorry, random tangent.
Yeah.
But so you're looking for AirPods 3, and you're okay with them looking like these, not having the noise canceling, not having the fitted earbuds, but just something more affordable, sleeker, but still has a lot of functionality.
Yeah, just regular earbuds, just like how AirPods are like.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so thank you so much for calling. I'm going to keep on jumping through the lines, but really appreciate you calling in today from Tennessee. He's like, okay, bye. Let's go here. Next up, I hope we get these names. I love it when they get the names right. Is this Pat Olson from the 949? Do I have that correct? Sometimes it takes them a second. They're watching.
I got my.
There we go. What's up, my friend?
Might be, but it's not Pat Olson. It's Joe. But
hey,
I appreciate it.
Hey, you know what?
Totally messed it up.
Call software sucks, but I need you. All right, Joe.
No, it's all good, man.
What's going on? Where are you calling from?
From Orange County.
Oh, from the OC.
California,
You're about an hour away from me right now. That's cool. You can come on
a
over to
little bit. Working, watching you, waiting.
Like all of us. I mean, this is
Exactly.
Fun times. So, Joe, what are you hoping to see here at WWDC, or what did you want to talk about?
Well, I'm hoping that iPadOS just delivers. Unlocks the M1. I was an original. I had the 12.9, the first gen iPad Pro. I was sitting on that thing. I once I saw the M1 chip, I'm like, I traded it. It's cool. Before I lose value and it's all of a sudden obsolete. So I'm just hoping, like, I saw the M1 performance jump when I switched to the MacBook Pro, the 13 that just came out.
Mm-hmm.
I was editing 4K video on a 2017 iMac. Like, I thought, okay, cool. Like, 2017 iMac has 4K. That thing was slugging. The M1 on the MacBook Pro just killed it with my 4K. So I'm just hoping that they unlock the iPad Pro so I can see the same results.
Yeah, the M1 chip period, I think, look, I've been fortunate enough to obviously test them and review them. I have not actually, the only product that I've purchased with an M1 chip right now is actually the iPad Pro, because once they released, the MacBook Pro, the MacBook Air, I'm a MacBook Pro 16-inch user, and so I was like, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait this out, and the reality is that not everyone can buy every new product that is out there. And I know sometimes, I think in the tech YouTuber space, that there's almost this assumption like, you got to get this, you got to get that. Like, no, that's not the case, right? So I've been waiting for the 16-inch, but on pure benchmarks, the M1 already, this is before we even talk about the chip that might be in this new MacBook Pro. The M1 chip already toasted. It's almost 2.5 times faster when I talk about performance purely from rendering a 4K video out with multiple layers from the previous generation, fully loaded Intel Core i9 processor, fully loaded machine. I think it has 64 gigs of RAM versus an M1 with 8 gigs of RAM. That's phenomenal. Then not only you're talking about that, we're talking about, I'm probably pretty sure on your 13-inch M1 that you have, the fan rarely goes on. I mean, how often do you even think that the fan on that machine goes on?
Honestly, I haven't heard it at all. I've used it for, like I said, editing 4K footage. I tested it with streaming. It's quiet compared to, like, I have, a gaming PC, like a Legion 5. Once they start streaming or play a game, that fan kicks. This thing is silent as heck. That's why I was just so impressed with it. And so I was like, okay, my wife said, approved it. I could get the new iPad Pro. So I'm like, okay. I wouldn't be disappointed. I wouldn't be as disappointed because, again, from that original 2015 to now, that was a big jump.
Mm-hmm,
but I'm just hoping, I've tasted the M1. Like, I need more.
Hey, that exactly. You're like, I tasted the devil's nectar, and I want some more. Okay, actually, I shouldn't do that because I did a licking lip noise sound effect, and it might have been a little bit too much ASMR for people. And we're trying to keep this PG-13. So, Joe, I got excited. I started licking my lips. Joe, my man, thank you so much for calling. I really appreciate it. And enjoy WWDC.
No problem. Thanks,
it's gonna be fun. All right. Yikes! Sorry, everybody at home.
Sure. Thank you. Love the content, man.
No problem. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. I just licking my lips, and people do mention say things about my lips in my videos a lot, so that's for all you all. Okay, let's go to let's check out the responses now. Y'all came out in full force while we were talking. We have now 338 responses. Let me zoom into this for the poll responses. You guys and gals can get a little cleaner look at this. Okay, so we're gonna go to responses here of the WWDC 21 pre-show poll just to see what the pulse of the people is at. 338 responses as we speak. It'll sometimes change on the fly. Are you expecting big things from WWDC 21 this year? 87%. The hype machine is real. 87% said yes. 13%. People that experienced no joy whatsoever, you all said no. All right. Which rumored Apple OS are you most excited to see? And number one, it looks like iPadOS coming in at 44.5%. iOS, which makes sense, 30.7%, moved up to 31 just in that schmidgen. This is kind of surprising. At number 3, macOS 12, but I find HomeOS surprising that people are looking more at the Apple ecosystem from a home standpoint. Maybe you just recently bought a mini HomePod mini. Maybe you have an older HomePod that has been discontinued. But 6% say HomePod OS, and then we got watchOS. Man, not too much. I'm surprised that watchOS isn't higher. 4.1%. I think what's really going to happen with watchOS, really, it's the momentum from that comes from when the actual new Apple Watch comes out. Because in past WWDCs, they give us a sneak peek of some of the features, but if there is new hardware coming, like we expect, rumors of a potential blood glucose monitoring sensor in the new Apple Watch, a new flatter design a la, kind of the flat edge, flat body style of iPhone. iPad Pro, even iMac now. That might change things and build more momentum and excitement there. But right now, it looks like 4.4% say watchOS. And then last, poor tvOS. We love you, tvOS. Okay, let's keep on going. Which device family are you hoping gets the biggest software improvements? Clearly, what I had said and what I alluded to, iPad Pro, 49.3%. I mean, this is starting to look like a lot of anticipation more around iPad Pro, at least when it comes to the OSs. Number 2, but really neck and neck, iPhone at 18.8%, and then the Mac at 19.7%. If the iPad Pro does not get drastic iPadOS improvements or new software compatibility, 36% said, hey, I'll be okay with it. I'm still keeping it. 39.8% said, I will be upset because it would be a waste of the M1. I'd still keep it or buy one in the future. So that shows the strength of Apple's ecosystem and iPad users, that whether or not they do anything with it, they're still going to write it out with the iPad. All right. Then we get here to 21.1%. I will not buy one in the future if it remains relatively the same. That's kind of the more savvy consumers, like, I'm not going to spend my money. And then I will return or cancel my pre-order of the M1 iPad Pro. That's 3.1%. Those are the people that got really, really mad. Okay. Here's a rumor that we've been hearing about. I don't know if you all heard about this, but yesterday we see that the invite and the invitation for Apple's Keynote is kind of alluding to something with community and messages. Latest report just had dropped that messages may potentially come out for Android. Now, I actually think this makes sense from a strategic standpoint because, look, Apple, some might say, oh, messages on Android, and that's going to happen until hell freezes over. We remember iTunes had the same history where it was on Mac exclusively for a long time. They finally opened it up to PC users. I think it's smart because of the prevalence of chat apps for Apple to open up. Look, there's legit FOMO. Like, if you don't have those blue bubbles, like you're kind of tripping out if you don't have those blue bubbles. So anyways, this messages, let's update the vernacular. If it's coming to Android, 61.7% say that's a no when hell freezes over. 28.9% says yes, it's about time. Blue bubbles for everyone. I think that is, let's be inclusive here with our messaging apps. And then 9.5% say I don't use messages, so I don't care. I don't care. All right, let's go here. Next up, new MacBook Pros are rumored to get announced at WWDC 21. How do you feel? 54.8% are excited and drinking that apple juice. Next up, it's cool, but I'm not in the market to buy a new Mac. And I think that it depends on where you are, where your finances are, and if you bought one from 2019, unless you're a creator or someone who needs the highest performance available, then you might jump and do the upgrade. But yeah, I would say for most people, maybe a third to maybe even 40% of users, they're not going to immediately just jump and get the 16-inch MacBook Pro or the 14-inch. 20.9% said they need to impress me first before I care, but otherwise not interested at the Mac at all. I still think, though, 54.9%, pretty excited about it, but buyers are going to still wonder what they're going to do. Okay, if they get announced, so which rumored MacBook Pro model is it going to be for you? At number 1, the 16-inch MacBook Pro, 38.5% respondents. 14-inch MacBook Pro, 37.2% respondents. 24%, no MacBook Pro for me. No soup for you. And then this is what I thought was kind of a fun one. I asked you all to put your top 3 responses. What are the top 3 features that matter the most to you with the new MacBook Pro? We've heard so many things. So for those of you that are new to this, if you look down this list, these are the rumored features. I mean, this is going to be expected to be a complete revamp, redesign from the ground up. Also, we may not even see it here at WWDC. Also, that's some rumblings have been popping out on that lately as well. Maybe it's changed even by the time we do this broadcast. But which rumored MacBook Pro features are the most important for you? At number 1, 74.4% of users who responded, the new M1X or M2 Apple Silicon chip. So this is really the next level up of the M1. I don't know if we're going to call it next. If Apple feels like it's a truly another huge step, they'll call it the M2. If it's kind of like a improvement, they'll call it the M1X. But what's interesting about this is the latest reports have said that this new processor will be an 8-core CPU with 8 high-performance cores and 2 efficiency cores. That would be in comparison to the current M1, which is an 8-core CPU that has 4 performance cores and 4 efficiency cores. So you're definitely getting, I don't want to say twice as much performance because twice the amount of cores does not correlate to that, but you're going to get a big performance jump. The other thing, GPU-wise, is that the current M1 has an 8-core GPU. Well, reports are that we may see on this new M1X or M2 chip a 16 to 32 core GPU. So that's running anywhere from 2 to 4 times, at least core-wise, GPU cores. Again, that doesn't translate to it's 4 times as fast. No, but that's a big jump from the current M1 to put that in the MacBook Pro. So the top response, the new silicon chip. Number 2, 55% in all new design. And it's really interesting how there's really a link to buyer psychology between an all-new design, making it feel new. Like, they could have kept the same body, and people might be like, I wish it had a new body. But every time there's a new hardware revamp, that's when people go ham and really make the jump. So the top 2 results, or at least features, design an M1X M2 chip. Let me look over here. Number 3 would be, this is not guaranteed for sure, but a mini LED display. So we saw the mini LED in the iPad Pro, the M1 iPad Pro, and there was like this weird narrative going around about, oh, it's not as good, there's too much blooming, and I did an actual like breakdown of it. Maybe I should try and find it. It would take a little while, but look, bottom line with actually this guy here, this is the mini LED iPad Pro, is that you're getting the deepest blacks you can on a display that is not OLED and it's on a tablet. You're getting HDR on this display. Yes, when it is black, there is blooming. Like when it's black and white text, you're going to see some blooming. Also, you're going to see it a lot if you're someone who uses maximum brightness. But when you're looking at content in general, you really just don't see it, and you get the deeper blacks and you get the HDR. Now, if you compare that to the previous iPad Pro with the LCD display, it comes nowhere close to anywhere near like a black, and there is blooming on that as well. And so people might be like, it's the nature of the technology, actually. So, you know, I'm in the camp of give me mini LED, give me the best tech. It's worth it if you're someone who cares about the display and is doing, even who's doing content or just loves looking, watching, taking this as like my mobile, like, you know, video player on the go, or reading comics. That's me. Okay, well, I should get back to the actual poll. So at number 3, mini LED, a close 4th place comes between either a 1080p FaceTime camera or a MagSafe connector. Now, I would actually think that the 1080p FaceTime camera would be higher. I wonder if it's not because y'all are just defeated. Like, we've been hoping for a FaceTime camera for so long, and it just hasn't happened. And if these displays are still as thin as we believe they'll be, I don't think anyone has faith in. I think much like they've done with the, I believe the MacBook Pro 13 and MacBook Pro Air, they'll just say, well, there's benefits from the M1 chip that optimizes the color balance and the brightness and the skin tones, but there will be no 1080p FaceTime camera. I might, you know what, if they do a FaceTime 1080p camera, since there's 31.6% of you, actually, no, 129 people on it? I can't do 129 push-ups. Maybe cumulatively I will. Okay, by the end of the live stream, if they put in a 1080p FaceTime camera, I'm going to do 129 push-ups right over there. And we'll see, or I'll at least try. We'll see how far I get. It's probably going to be pretty sad. All right, let's keep on going. Other features that matter here, 26% and 25.7%. The matte black color option, which has been rumored, that would be fun. More Thunderbolt ports. All right, that's cool. So those are those. Do you think the MacBook Pro will finally get a 1080p FaceTime camera? 87% of you said, yes, it's been too long. But what's interesting is it's not a top 3 item on the poll. For you guys and gals, it didn't make the top 3, but 87% of you think it. So maybe, you know, Apple does their own research. Look, 1080p camera, it makes a world of difference, but maybe it's not as important to most people as I thought. I mean, maybe we're just like those annoying vocal minorities that, like, the minority of the groups of users that just keep screaming, like on Twitter. I mean, I am a minority, but I mean the minority of people who want a FaceTime camera. Just clearing that out, Mom. My mom watches this, so I just need to make that clear. Okay. If you had one color choice for the MacBook Pro in addition to space gray and silver, what would it be? Look, Apple is all about the colors. Number one, 38.3% would be black. Okay, yes. But let's see what goes next. At 30%, this is surprising. Blue. Y'all want a MacBook Pro? Maybe they want it to match like the iPhone, the navy blue, to match the iMac, to match the MacBook Pro if they're like swimming in money, which would be you swim in water, which is the color blue. Okay. Number 2 would be 8.7% purple. Purple Mac, purple Mac. That would be my color pick any day. Purple, 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 purple. All right, 7.9% would be red. I would have thought red might be a little higher. Maybe it's too popping for y'all. Orange, surprisingly strong group, 5%, and then looks like green at 3.8% and yellow at 1.2%. Like no one wants like a piss yellow MacBook Pro. Sorry. Okay. These are just talking about the prices. What do people think the entry level will start at? 16-inch will start at, currently is $23.99. Majority of people think it'll fall somewhere between $19.99 and $24.99. What price do you think the entry level 14-inch will start at? Currently, it starts at $12.99 for the 13-inch MacBook Pro. Most of you feel like it'll stay in that range, $10.99 to $14.99. Will you pre-order either the 14-inch or 16-inch MacBook Pro immediately if they get announced? Here you go. Surprisingly, some of you have more restraint than I give you credit for. It's good, Apple. 72.4% say no. 27.6% say yes. That's also indicative of just kind of the user base of who's ready to upgrade and who's using it. And we don't play around here. What could be Apple's one more thing surprise announcement? 29% lead and say nothing. There is no one more thing anymore. And it's kind of true. Number 2, new AirPods 3. Everyone's feeling those. We've heard reports. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. An Apple VR AR headset is number 2. Sorry, I should read numbers better. I don't know if we're going to see that here, but that would be a fun one. Then we got new AirPods 3. I mean, those have kind of been waiting in the wings for all we know. 11.1% say the new iMac Pro. I think it's a little too early for that, but they could surprise us. And 10.8% say a new M2 Mac Pro, getting beefy, getting strong. We also have new iPad mini. Reports say the new redesigned one will be ready in 2022. This, if we saw one for this year, would still have the home button and the bezels. And then at 8.7%, new AirPods Pro 2. Okay, this is here. This is for all y'all that are just being like nice people. Brian can do shout-outs. Tell me your name, where you're from, a little quirky known fact about you. Okay, let's do this. TJ Grunfelder from Durham, North Carolina. What's up? He had Lucky Charms for breakfast. Good job. Dan Johnson, a software engineer and a huge Apple fan. Hi, Dan. Yeah, I see you, Dan. I see Jacob Anderson from Brisbane, Australia, who did a certificate in cybersecurity. I think he meant cybersecurity. Andrew from Melbourne, Australia, survived a dingo attack as a 5-year-old. Glad you're with us. Whoa, it's getting crazy. I'm Ryan from Pakistan, and I genuinely just have special love for tech. Gotta love that. Tech from Kentucky. Okay, it's getting crazy. Randy from Ventura. I can write with both hands at the same time. Yeah, but how legibly? And one last one. Oh, I guess I should keep on going. Okay. Akash Kumar from New York. I just love SpongeBob. Joe from Fountain Valley says, I review diaper bags. Hey, there's something for everyone. There's something for everyone. Okay, so let's check out the timestamp. It is 9:17. Thank you so much. Looks like, oh, my friend, New York Rangers fan forever, hits me up on Twitter all the time with an $18 super chat contribution. Thank you so much. Thank you, my man. Really appreciate it. Oh, and just got another one to just drop. Brian Salazar, $4.99. Always got to give shout outs and credits to all of you all. Thank you for your support. Trust, like, it means a lot and allows me to keep on doing this. So you all are awesome. Okay. I think you all have been waiting patiently for calls now. The most recent caller has been waiting because we had to go through the polls for 39 minutes. My God, have I been yapping my yapper that long? Let's go here. Check it out. Maybe I'm not going to rely on the call software, but it's our friend from the 630. I would just like you to introduce yourself. Who am I talking to? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Mark from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois.
Mark, the caller software actually got you right, but I like, you can introduce yourself. But welcome to the show. Thank you so much for hanging out. in approximately 42 minutes, Mark, you might be a very, very giddy grown man. I'm just saying, Apple Keynote 10
No,
a.m.
I'm just sitting on my work computer, not working. It's not a big deal to wait. Thanks for taking the call.
Where do you work? I'm just kidding. We don't want to say that because I'm working but not working. All right, Mark, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. What would you like to talk about? What is the thing that you're most excited to see, or what are you kind of hoping to see here at WWDC?
So, like probably everyone else, the M1X MacBook. The feature, though, I didn't see it on your poll, but the support for more than just one native external display. The M1s were awesome. I felt like Apple kind of dropped the ball, though, on just having one external monitor. I know it's not something like everybody cares about, but I feel like for the 14 and 16, they got to address that. You know, my use case, I'm a law student. Hopefully, if I pass the bar, a lawyer, and I've got like 10 PDFs. Oh, thanks. I've got like 10 PDFs at one time. I need that extra monitor space, and I hope that these new MacBooks address that.
Yeah, you know, I think there's a lot of people that have, you know, I think what I'd like to say is for people that watch and follow my content, if you have any questions that you're thinking that if you happen to be in a room with Apple and you wanted to ask them, I would encourage you to tweet me your questions, because maybe I might have I did an interview with Apple about the iPad Pro when it came out, and maybe I'll have an opportunity to ask questions just like that if we don't learn about them today, because a lot of times we may not even see it yet, right? We don't really know. Maybe they even just do a preview of the new processor and then kind of tease that it'll be coming in new hardware, and maybe that announcement comes out later. Again, you know, it's up for grabs, but to your point, I think, you know, for someone who's wants all that screen real estate like you do, being able to connect to two displays, especially with the power that it has, and it's expected to get multiple Thunderbolt ports, that would kind of be, I hope it would be a gimme, but I don't know, right?
Yeah, and I don't know, I've been like reading up on it. I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard some people who actually understand like deeply the tech were saying there's something about those M1 processors that there's just a hardware limitation for multiple monitors unless there's like an actual dedicated graphics memory.
Oh no, my friend. Look, that was not me. I swear to you, that was not me. Hold on. Just Mark, if you just stay diligent. I think that my friendly call software guy decided to poop out on me, but that wasn't because I hung up on you. I don't hang up on people. Whoops. Okay, hold on.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call screener line.
This is fun, guys.
Please enter your show or meeting number and press pound.
Hold on, let me see if I'm even doing this right. What is it? Oh my gosh, the timer might go up. Okay. This is the pound sign. Okay.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number.
Oh, I think Mark left. I'm so sad. I want him to come back because he was in the middle of a sentence. Okay.
Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the Call-In Studio web interface.
Yay! We're back. Okay, so sorry, Mark. I love you. I really do. Oh, he terminated his call. That's all right. Okay. Let's get to our next call here. Coming to us from the 314. I don't have your name. I don't know where you're from, but if you can hear me, welcome to the show. WWDC 21 is coming up live. Who is this?
Hey, Brian, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You're good to go.
Cool. It's Ray. It's Ray from St. Louis, Missouri.
What up, Ray from Missouri, baby? What's going on?
Not much, man. Last year I was watching Dub from like my bed eating Chipotle.
Yeah. Oh, Chipotle and Chipotle. This is important to know.
Yeah, this year it's just pizza rolls, still in the bed. I mean, I'm in a great mood, man.
Okay, quick question. Let me take a guess here. Okay, you're in your bed. Is your laptop on your lap? Or are you hold on. You're either sitting back, reclining with your laptop like on your lap on your bed with a plate of pizza rolls on the side, or you're on your stomach leaning forward with your legs kicked up, kind of like what we used to do at sleepovers when we were kids with the pizza rolls on the side. I think you're sitting back with your laptop on your legs. Am I right or wrong?
100%. Laptop, M1 MacBook Air on my lap with pizza rolls on the side.
Okay. Are you drinking anything? Don't tell me what it is.
Oh yeah, Okay. Oh yeah, fruit punch Kool-Aid.
Oh, come on, I was gonna guess. I was gonna either say juice or water or soda, but you beat me to it. All right, I'm not gonna try and channel Nostradamus anymore. Ray, thank you so much for coming out here. Love to hear what are you waiting to see here at WWDC 21.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I got a boring one, but Apple Music has the lyrics feature.
Yes.
And Apple News Plus on the audio magazines has, like, when you jump back to the magazine, it'll catch back wherever you were in the audio. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted that for, like, Apple books. If I'm reading, like, Michelle Obama's book, like, for the audio book to have lyrics with it or words with it.
So, Ray, out of everything that could possibly happen at WWDC 21, that is your final request.
I told you it was a boring one.
Hey, you know, we are equal opportunity here. Everyone deserves a moment to shine. And you know what? I'm going to say here, you might have just manifested it. Okay, right? You got to throw it out in the universe. You got to let them know. I'm pretty sure someone is checking this live stream from Apple just to make sure I'm not using their live stream illegally. So if they heard you, it could happen, Ray. And when it does, I'm going to remember this call.
I'm pretty sure Craig watches. I'm pretty sure he watches.
You know, who knows? I know some people that watch. So, man, that is awesome. Okay, how about hardware-wise? Do you care about the iPad Pro? Yes, no?
As far as hardware, it's still kind of software, but I think Final Cut and Logic just have to come to M1.
Yeah.
If they put M1 in the laptops and they can run Final Cut and Logic, I don't see why an iPad can't. So I'm pretty sure that's going to come today too.
Yeah, I hope we really see that as well for pros. So, okay, Ray, you Saint Lunatic, thank you so much for coming out and calling in, man.
All right, man, go Warriors.
Hey, okay, now we're talking. So, hey, next year, you never know. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Ray, take it easy, man. Oh, that was fun. Okay, here we go. Next calling up. See, this is, if you call, we can have some fun. If you want a feature like being able to go back in your audiobook that Apple has not given you, this is your moment to voice that. We empower the people here. All right? I love it. Okay, here we go. Next caller coming in from the 510. I don't have a name here, but you can hear me. I'd love to talk to you. Who am I talking to? Where are you from?
Hi, Brian. This is Edgar Lobel from Oakland, California.
Oakland?
I'm calling because...
What's up? Hey, I'm from the Bay Area, and Oakland, obviously, the hometown of the Golden State Warriors. Welcome, Edgar. Thank you.
Yeah, I think CNET was down here. I think they have a studios down here, or like a...
Who's that? I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, anyway. we also have Pixar.
That's true. So what do you want to talk about today?
So I want to talk about the iMacs, the iMac, the large big screen colored like iMac. I think it's a weird and kind of not interesting design because I'm an artist, a photographer, and I utilize like dark like screens around like like the borders around it. I don't like the whole white on color, but then I also want the M1 Mac. Because I want that kind of...
The all-in-one situation, nice and clean, right?
Yeah.
So are you saying that you're hoping to see a new iMac today? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, like a better version of the one that came out. Because the one that came out is just, it's
Wait, say that again? It's just what?
It's just, bad Apple.
Yeah. Okay. I'm feeling it, Edgar. So I felt your pain. I think we talked about it earlier that we really do know and expect that Apple is coming out with a larger screen iMac. They have two in the lineup. There's been rumors and reports from a long time ago that we'd see something like a 27 to 30 inch design or larger. So I think really this was clearly a consumer version iMac. I get the whole, the whole white gray border. It's kind of interesting because in my review, I made it clear that when I watch video content or if I'm doing work, I want a black border, especially if people are going to be using this for watching movies. A white border around that doesn't do it for me. But I will say in a normal everyday context when you're using it at a home, which typically does have kind of white walls, or in general, I'm not saying all houses do, but it does actually, I didn't think about it until I started using it. It does kind of like, you know, and they did it on purpose. It does kind of blend into the environment when you have it against a white wall, based on when you're focusing. Your focus is really on the screen, and then the kind of the white borders get lost in it. So I see it from that perspective, where I actually do like it from that standpoint. But for me as a content creator, when I'm watching videos or content like that, I don't want a white border. So I think it almost, in a weird way, depending on your use case, that kind of dictates, you know, how much of that you really enjoy. Like here's a perfect example, perfect time of what I'm talking about. When I'm watching a movie, do you really want to see a white border on that? No, you don't. You don't. But I think that be patient, because it's an iMac Pro is definitely coming. It's just a matter of time.
Sorry, external monitors. So I want it to be like consistent with the quality of the this computer and then the background, and I just want it to look good while I'm editing photos and videos, you know.
Yep. So. And you will absolutely, I think you're absolutely going to get there. So just want to say thanks so much for calling in, Edgar. Really appreciate it. Okay, buddy?
For sure. Take care.
Awesome. You too. Okay, gotta give some shouts outs for Super Chat love. Florida Center for Creative Photography, $24.99 on the Super Chat. Thank you so much. My goodness. And then Jeff, $4.99. Give those gains. You gotta keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your support, everyone. You know, I feel it here, and fortunate, very lucky to do this, and I hope that, you know, we are all kind of slowly coming out of this pandemic, and things are starting to get back to normal. Some places are are getting a sense of normalcy more than others, but, you know, I hope that this is the light at the end of the tunnel, and, you know, I feel really fortunate enough to be able to still continue to do this thanks to your support and help. And, you know, we're getting to talk about tech and goof around and talk about tech. This is a topic that's not the end of the world, and so, I don't know, I'm always just grateful for this and just grateful for your support. So thank you all. Thank you all. We are at 9:30, which means we got half an hour until Apple's keynote. Again, we will not be showing the video here. We're just going to do a live audio stream of it, and I will react. Some people sync it up, some people leave, and then they come back after the keynote to cry, bitch, and moan, or celebrate. I said the B word. Hopefully they don't shut me down. But anyways, we're going to be here the whole time. It's just a fun way to kind of get amped up and get ready for the keynote, all right? So let's go back to more of our phone calls. Hit those up, and let's see what we got here. Waiting patiently for 44 minutes. Looks like our friend from the 614, the call software says it's Chris. I'm going to let our friend respond. Who am I talking to? Welcome to the show. It's WWDC time. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Chris, I know the call software. Oh, it's working. Everything's working. Okay, I'm gonna put him back in the queue. Maybe he wasn't ready. He wasn't ready like spaghetti. All right, next up, let's go here from the 989. Looks like my friend Carlos. Are you there? Oh, I heard something.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. There we go. Is this Carlos?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Carlos, where are you calling from?
I am calling from Lansing, Michigan.
Oh, go blue or go Spartans? Where are you at?
We don't do the go blue. It's definitely go green, go white.
You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're a transplant and you're just kind of like undercover, like go blue. I don't know, but welcome to the show. You know, we got Draymond Green on my Warriors, so you know that I got nothing but love for the Spartans. So, thank you for calling. Love to hear you want to talk about WWDC. So, Dubba. I can't even talk. WWDC. let's say it the right way. Dub. What do you want to talk about, buddy?
Well, I want to see improvements on the Home OS because I am definitely somebody who loves the smart home aesthetics. I have a HomePod, and I have Amazon Echo, and I have Google Home as well. But I would like to see Apple just kind of bring everything together how other products has been doing. And that's the one thing I kind of want to see now. Let's make the tvOS and HomePod OS, I guess it's called, kind of all together in one ecosystem, especially now that we have all of the home products working together for meshing all the softwares. I feel like this will be the perfect timing to introduce that.
No, Carlos, I think you're 100%. Look, one of the big things that specifically with Home OS is, you know, Apple last year at WWDC Oh god, I'm gonna not be able to talk by the end of the day. But what they talked about is that Apple is finally joining this kind of consortium of groups like Google, if this then that, like a lot of smart home platforms, Amazon as well. They were going to form kind of this universal group so that devices would be able to be compatible on all platforms. Because right now, for people, if you've watched some of my videos, if you talk about just HomeKit support for smart home devices, Apple is somewhere around like 600 to 700. Okay, now let's look at something what the Google ecosystem has. They're around 30,000, and then Amazon's Alexa smart home platform is around 60,000 supported devices. That is a ridiculous gap, and some people say, oh, you don't need that many, but when there's key things for me, like a Nest thermostat that is not compatible with HomeKit, or the Logitech remote that turns on a home theater system, and you could say like, hey, magic word, turn on the PlayStation, the TV input, the actual device, it all just turns on with one command. That can't happen with HomeKit. There are some TVs that are directly compatible with HomeKit, but if you're someone who has a Blu-ray player, Xbox, PlayStation, and Apple TV, it matters to kind of have that. So I'm hoping that at this show, we see them kind of take that next step and say, hey, we finally opened up the floodgates, and we're going to be compatible with more devices, because that's one of the things that has hurt them the most with their HomeKit platform.
Absolutely. I am into the Google Nest ecosystem with my security in my apartment, and I would love to have my cameras be able to have the accessibility to my Apple TV. My mom has Ring, and all she got to say is, hey, magic word, show me my cameras. And it shows her cameras, and I get jealous of that, because I'm just like, why can't I do that?
Man, so you're telling me you get jealous of your mama's smart home system?
I do. And it's like, I'm 25 and she's 60, and she has way more compatibility with her products than I do.
Right now, non-Apple users are chuckling. They're just laughing under their breath. We know how to, because it's like the ecosystem has its benefits, but when it's a weak part of the ecosystem, then you feel that. I mean, the smart home has been kind of the new space to expand from a technology standpoint, and Apple's not only are we talking about being behind with smart home devices, but we all know that Siri remains a lot to be desired. From a standpoint of just doing so many more things. We get it. Apple has a stance on privacy, but you can still make Siri better. I think people are kind of almost beat down or resigned to the fact that Siri just isn't going to be that great, because you would have thought maybe Siri was one of the themes for this year at WWDC. I ask about it every year. Still hasn't made major leaps. I kind of stopped getting tired of putting on my bullet point list of like, Siri's going to get a revamp, because they brought in the head of AI from Google about 3 years ago, John Gianandrea, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that labor. We've just seen kind of little incremental upgrades. I mean, to me, it's like blow the thing up, start from the ground up, take 2 steps back, 1 step forward, and then move that way. They haven't. So it's going to be interesting to see that, those are two of the key things that matter in the smart home, as well as more compatibility with third-party services. We've seen them open up with like Pandora and is it Amazon Music and Deezer and a few others, but Spotify, Apple has their own beef with Spotify, so Spotify's not jumping on board, but really opening up, being more open and more compatible is probably their biggest obstacle in the smart home space. And so if there is one device for you that you would love for them to make compatible for your smart home, what would that be?
I would like to say my Google Nest cameras. If that can definitely integrate to where I take my Apple TV with me everywhere that I go usually, and I could just say, show me my cameras rather than picking up my phone or my iPad, that's a better thing for me. And I feel once they kind of integrate that together with Google, who is really dominating besides Amazon in a home product, then that's really going to shoot them to the top.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Carlos, you the man. That was a great talk. Really appreciate it. You brought up some new topics that to the conversation. I mean, I could take like 10 iPad Pro calls, but I love that you brought this to light. So thank you so much, Carlos.
Yeah.
All right, see you later. Take it easy, man. Okay, so
thank you.
Appreciate it. So quick shout out. my man, Jim Gresham, who actually kind of put out a nice note about following the live stream here on Twitter, contributed $25 to Super Chat. That is amazing. Thank you so much. There was also a gentleman who asked me and did like a $5 contribution, and he asked MJ or Prince, because he had heard me, saying purple Mac, purple iMac, or purple Mac, because, I love purple. Look, to me, there is no question. Both. You cannot choose one or the other between MJ and Prince from a musical artistic standpoint. That's what we're talking about here. I've seen Prince live, and it was the greatest concert I ever went to. I never got the chance to see Michael Jackson live, but if you watch some of those videos of legitimately people fainting and passing out, like in concerts from seeing him, like it was a different time, and accessibility to these people and these celebrities and stars is different. But people were like passing out, fainting, and I know people did that with Prince, but it's like that was crazy too. So I don't know. I wouldn't choose one or the other. I love both of them. They're both in my top, not even top 5. I would say top 3 artists, musical artists of all time. So I'm not going to pick one. Definitely on my Mount Rushmore of musical artists. All right. So we're going to keep on going through here. Yeah. Hey, we could talk music. We could talk whatever you want, honestly. We're here. It is 9:39. Yay! We're getting closer to the Apple keynote starting. 10 a.m. is the time. If you want to be a part of the show and you haven't already, the phone lines continue to stay completely booked. In the description of this YouTube video, you can access the live call-in number that people are doing, the pre-show poll, which is fun, and then our big bingo card. Let me take a moment to just explain the big bingo card really quick because sometimes things just happen really fast and we can't. So I always like to make this like a really interactive experience to allow you to participate and kind of have fun with this. So, is that really what I said? So, stupid. Okay, so there's a link here. It's just, if you just type in tinyurl.com/WWDC21, it will lead you to this bingo card. Actually, let me just do it here so you can see the process. WWDC21, okay? So you get this on your phone, on your mobile, on your tablet, wherever, even your grandma's computer from like 20 years ago. Okay, let's not be ageist here. Anyways, I was trying to say any device works. Grandmas, please don't just keep watching. I promise I'll make it up to you, okay? Okay, so you hit this generate card, and we have all these different kind of fields of what we potentially are expecting to see at WWDC. iPhone 12, Craig Federighi, M1 iMac. Maybe they'll reference it or talk about it. We have, good Lord, how many times are they going to say dub? I almost wanted to do like an over-under bet of how many times they're going to actually, some people combined are actually going to say dub. I'm going to say over-under is 4. 4 times total we hear dub. I don't know what you think. Let me know in the chat. You think 4 is good or is too high? Maybe it's 3. I think we're going to hear it at least 3 times, though, okay? All right, back to the bingo card. So as this keynote happens, not during what we just talked about, the actual keynote, you'll click, touch, tap with your mouse, and once you get 5 in a row, you screen cap this, and then send it to my Twitter account. You can either send it as a, what's going on here? Okay. What? Is Twitter not working? Okay, sure. Anyways, screen cap it, send it to my Twitter account, and then I will collect all the cards that did get 5 in a row. I run a lottery, and I'm going to give out 3 $25 Apple gift cards. Now, I do need to say something to the people that won at the last keynote that was a month ago. I have not sent out your products because guess what? After the keynote, then Apple sent me products to review. Then I reviewed them. When you put out 4 videos like in a week and you're just doing it on your own, that tends to like kind of be tiring. So I promise, I stacked them up somewhere here. I will mail them out this weekend to you. Just be patient. I know we like things really quickly, but you're talking about like a one-man band here. So I will get those winners to you. That's why I was like, maybe I should just do Apple gift cards because it's easier just to email people. So 3 gift cards if you send me in the big bingo card, and then I'll randomly select 3 people from the entries. Got it? Good? Capiche? Okay. The other thing is that you all are so generous here. I'm going to try and tap in here. People have been doing super chat contributions, which is just amazing. Jeff here, got to show love here. Jeff, $4.99 for Purple Rain. We got Polly McReady, $1.99. Is that Australian dollars? Yes. Steven Photography, 10 from Australia. Thank you so much, everybody. You all are so generous. Joe DeWitt, $19.99. Mr. Top Hat? Mr. Top Hat for $20 asked me, how do you like living in LA? To be honest, I love it here. I will tell people, being from the Bay Area, like Northern California, I tell this story a lot. Okay, when you grow up in Northern California, all they do from like birth till now to your young adult life is say, oh, LA is pretentious, it's fake, you don't want to go there. And you kind of like start believing that in a way. And so I was actually resistant to really move to LA. Like I was like, I don't want to be a part of that because that kind of isn't me. Well, fast forward all these years, my lady moves down to LA for her job. I moved down to LA, and the biggest thing about that is that I notice is no one in LA that I've met, no one has ever said anything about the Bay Area, which means they don't give a like they don't care. There's so much going on here in LA. Pre-pandemic, you got things like 3 A-list headliners performing at the same time in the same city. That's only because this space can support it. You got music, art shows everywhere. You have multiple sports teams. You have the outdoors. It is an amazing area. It is not the most affordable area, but when you compare it to the Bay Area, it's about 25-30% cheaper to live here. So I would say I love LA. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, this is my home now, and it's open doors and other opportunities for me that would just not happen in the Bay Area. So I'm absolutely grateful and blessed to live here and be able to like present this stuff to you. So, Mr. Top Hat, thank you so much for your contribution, and you got your question answered too. I mean, that's like a double whammy. Okay, 9:45. Let's go. Here real quick. Steve-O drops here in the super chat. Thoughts on potential Apple social network? My answer is why not? I mean, you got iMessage. You have people that have already really committed and locked into iMessage. You add a few new features. Does it mean I'm going to use it like a social network? The one thing that I know about Apple is they have not proven to us that they really know how to handle social networks. We saw, if you remember, back in the day, there was a social network for music called Ping. And they were hoping that music artists would post all their stuff on there, photos, exclusive little notes of what they were doing. Well, I think they maybe had a deal with maybe 4 or 5 artists, and no one used Ping. Like, no one used Ping. The artists that were signed on didn't even use Ping after the first month, and it died. And Apple is a company now that has grown so large, and they're so spread out with so many different things. You really got to dump a lot of resources to support a social network of any kind. I think it makes sense to bring some new features, bring some new social hooks, throw it on Android to make it more widespread, get those people who have the FOMO of not having blue bubbles in the iMessage family. You can make it like a WhatsApp. I think Apple can lean on their security and privacy angle, which other companies have done as well, third-party messaging apps. Do I think it's going to blow up as a social network? No, but will a lot of people use it? Yes, and if their goal is to just chip away some of the market share from other chat apps, even though I don't think there's any advertising involved in app, it would be in Apple's. It's more about just kind of getting people into the platform and, again, kind of introducing them to the ecosystem and then locking them into the ecosystem. I think that's great. What just popped in my mind, another thing that could really be advantageous is I've been advocating for Apple to open up the Apple Watch, make it a device that we don't need an iPhone to set it up. And someone's like, okay, well, how would they set up? Well, if you just create like an Apple account through a website on a web portal, and maybe that's how, it verifies who you are and can link a general setup that you can go to from that website to talk to this Apple Watch, that enables this to be owned by any single person, Android user, BlackBerry user, sorry, I chuckled, Windows user. You don't have to be Apple specific. This is already the #1 selling smartwatch on the planet. They would absolutely blow it up if they made this accessible to everyone, which means allow us to set it up without the need for Apple, which then piggybacks onto Apple Messages being the messaging app that is on this watch. Make Apple Messages one of those kind of independent apps. They already have Apple Music that works on Android phones. So if they start opening up kind of those little nuggets, I could absolutely see them then be ready to be like, this is ready to be independent. There are already hooks maybe like 2 years ago in watchOS that they could do that. That's what I want to see, because this is an amazing device. It's going to get even better over the next 2 years with all these rumors of different health sensors that they're throwing in there. So Apple Watch is another huge spot, and there are times where I don't take this with me, and I just take this with me, and I love it because I can just kind of be less connected. Sorry, someone says don't look at your phone. If you have your phone on you, you're probably going to look at it. So it's kind of that next space that they can explore even more if they open it up. Okay, long answer. Someone's like, Brian, are you going to get to my damn call or what? I'll get you a damn phone call. All right. Let's talk to, let's see if our friend here is still back waiting patiently. I tried Chris a little while ago from the 614. Chris, are you there? Yes. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kushal, not Chris. But
Christian? Kushal. Kushal.
Okay.
Kushal. I don't know. I want to get it right. Like,
yes.
How do you Kushal?
Kushal.
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 Yes, you got it right.
See, look, it's important to get people's names right. I don't prescribe the idea that, oh, if they can't get my name right, I'm not gonna care about. Like, your name is you. You know, I want everyone to feel like, hey, like, we get people's names right on this show. We don't ignore that. So Kushal, thank you for coming. And thanks for waiting. Where are you calling from?
Singapore.
Singapore.
So
Singapore?
Yes. So it's almost 1.
Okay, I'm so glad that I didn't drop your call. That's amazing. Okay, so Kushal, what would you like to talk about at WWDC 21?
The products I use the most, so definitely iOS.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like iOS could be so much better, and like multitasking could be brought on iOS, like they have on iPadOS. So making the phone really something that you can run your entire day on. And yeah, and hopefully iPadOS gets better, then I can ditch my Mac and pick up an iPad sometime soon.
You know, here's what's I think always kind of funny, and you bring up a great point, multitasking, right? I think Apple has done some things where we basically give up on getting some of these features that I feel like we've always wanted, other platforms have had, and then after 2 or 3 or 4 years, we just stop really fighting or caring about it because they haven't shown us that they want to do it, right? And so it's really interesting that you bring back multitasking because, like, yes, like, absolutely yes. On a big 6.5, 6.4 inch screen, why don't we have that? So, Kushal, I don't know if they're going to do it or not.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but I think that you, like my friend Ray, who wants to be able to go back into books, audiobooks, and see the text from them, I'm glad that you're speaking this into existence, and hopefully we see that at the show. Is there anything else that you want to talk about hardware-wise, WWDC? Do you care about the MacBook Pro, or is that not your thing?
Hardware-wise, the next thing I'm excited for is the 14-inch MacBook Air. So that's far away. But if there's anything else, then I think it's really just added multitasking to both macOS and iPadOS in a different way. Because supposing Apple ever brings touch, or somehow they allow you to dual boot on macOS on the iPad, then gestures and multitasking would bonus.
Yeah, you know, you make another great, excellent points about if Apple. I asked them directly during my iPad Pro interview, and of course they didn't respond to me, if they've even experimented.
Not surprised.
With Boot Camp. Of course, right? No response there. But the M1 can do what a Mac can do. So I'm not asking them to do touch screens on a Mac yet, even though they should have done it a long time ago, even just basic stuff. And some people are like, no, I don't want a touchscreen. If you want to just scroll and tap on icons and pinch the zoom, that's even like the bare minimum. Bring it on. My screen has all these crazy fingerprints on it already. But yeah, I think those are great points. You know, multitasking, maybe some level of boot camp. Let's just at least get some pro apps on the iPad Pro and some, you know, there already talks about the widgets, how right now on iPadOS, it's only on the sidebar. You can't, you know, put widgets everywhere. So hopefully they address that on every page. hopefully we get kind of some more interactive widgets per se, like not completely locked down as much. So there's a lot of things that we just don't know that we're expecting to see here and hoping to see, and that's why I think it's gonna be really exciting. So, Kushal, thank you for calling.
Or even just allowing you to use Mac apps or a larger app ecosystem on the Mac, on the iPad.
Yeah. Kushal, last question. Will iPadOS get multiple user support today? Yes or no?
I think it will. I mean, they've already had that for the education, so
very good.
They will.
Okay. I like what I was like you and multitasking. I feel like defeated from that. They just want us all to buy our own iPad, but I like what you're thinking. Positive thinking is always the best route. So, Kushal, if it happens, we're gonna give you props for that one. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling.
Enjoy Dub 2021.
You know it. All right. Very cool. Okay, everybody. We are roughly 6 minutes before the keynote. I'm going to try and take a couple more calls before we get there. We will then transfer over just to a pure audio and reactions. No video from Apple's actual keynote. Otherwise, it's going to take down my channel. You can play the big bingo along. Let me see here just to give props. Wow, we've got some amazing people. William Jones contributed $49.99 to my super chat. That is wild. Thank you so much for that. Someone's super chat just disappeared. I'm so sorry I missed that. But, again, your support means everything, and it allows me to do this. I can only say thank you, and we're just having fun here. We will have a post-show where we kind of break down all of the aftermath of this and let you cry and cheer because, Dub is a-coming. It's a-coming. Okay, let's get to try and get 2 more calls in here. If I have to cut you off, I will apologize. But it looks like we've got a very patient caller here calling from, it looks like another 614 call. So maybe it's an international call as well. I don't know the name of this user. You've been waiting for an hour. Please introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what you want to talk about.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. What's up? Welcome.
Yeah, how you going, Brian? My name is Sri. I'm from my name is Sri. I'm from the Gold Coast, Australia.
Oh, Sri, welcome. I love the international flavor here, man. Thank you so much for calling.
No worries, man. First of all, I just want to say I love your show, mate. I'll watch it. Any new Apple product comes out, I got to watch a review before I go test it out myself. So
thank you.
Always good to hear your input.
Really appreciate that. What time is it in Australia right now?
Oh, mate, it is very late. It's 3 a.m. or 2:56 a.m.
A.m.? Good Lord.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. When international callers call in, I'm telling you, right, there's energy, there's excitement, but no matter what, you're still pretty damn tired, I bet, right? You're excited, but your eyes are like
pretty damn tired. Yeah, I'm pretty stupid as I should really be in bed, but Apple just gets me excited.
Let's hope they don't disappoint us today, right? Shri, what did you are expecting to see, or what did you really want to talk about here for this year's Dub?
Yeah, look, mostly the iOS side of things, right? Look, I'm a fitness enthusiast. I like to, I've got all my health apps. I've got my MyFitnessPal and got all the sleep app. And I just want some more integration with the Help app, really. I heard about the MyFitnessPal thing coming to the Health app. So, I just really want them to flesh out the Health app. I don't want to download third parties' applications when it comes to these things. So to be honest, I like the Apple interface. I have an Apple Watch myself, so I just want better integration from Apple themselves when it comes to the health side of things. And I know that's been a primary focus of theirs. So, yeah, I just want more of that, really.
Is it for you talk about MyFitnessPal, are there specific health metrics that you're hoping that Apple does better with? Like, for example, we know last year their entry into the sleep app, it was a sleep app, but it was really more like a sleep trainer. It didn't give us nearly the detail of metrics that are important for REM, non-REM sleep, restlessness. I'm sorry, it was kind of weak. So what are some of the kind of those health things that are important for you?
Well, I think my main frustration is they have the hardware necessary to take those metrics. So it's just about the software side of things. I think people use these Whoop these other devices, like they use the same hardware. I could argue that Apple's hardware is better, but the way the software displays that or uses algorithms to convey that information to you is what separates people from using Apple to like other sleep applications or fitness applications, you could say.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm looking forward to, you know, really, I think, and you know this, when the new Apple hardware arrives in this year on the Apple Watch Series 7. My brain's like Series 7, watchOS 8.
Series 7.
That's going to be a good indicator as well. I hope that we can see them. First of all, there's been reports of them potentially bringing a new like Mind app, but that's not going to solve. Knowing how Apple is geared more general consumer, I doubt that's going to solve a lot of like these health things. That's more like, you know, leaning towards meditation and probably more something like their answer to Calm as well. So I'm hoping that with some of the current metrics, I hope we see an improved sleep metrics just to show us that they do realize that they need to give us more information data, which they can measure. And then that kind of at least
they've got the hardware to do it. Exactly. So I just want better integration, I guess, with the health app mainly. I know that I've heard some rumors about the AirPods getting certain fitness features, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Like, who knows, maybe they'll incorporate some of that into the rumored AirPods too. But I guess that's something we'll have to wait and see.
We're gonna have to wait. All right. Well, Shri, thank you so much. Stay awake, my friend. You've made it this far.
Thank you.
You know, we've gone through pandemic together.
I appreciate it.
You got to watch this keynote. This is the moment you have been waiting for.
100%. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for entertaining me through that time.
Oh man, appreciate it. Hey, I kept you awake. That's all I could do. That's all or you kept yourself awake. All right. Thank you. Take care, buddy.
Cheers on. Bye.
Bye. Okay, everybody. So let me show you what's going on right now. Actually, here I'll do it here. So right now we are basically at 10 a.m. We're going to let me blow this up here. We're going to go to the keynote here because what's going to happen shortly is that the keynote should start. Where's it going? Is it playing? It's playing. Okay. So let me show you what's showing up on Apple's Apple's live stream right now. This is what you can see. 10 a.m. is the time, and it looks like they're getting started. Let's see if I can hear them. Okay, I'm going to work on this. Everyone, just sit tight, and we will see what's coming at a WWDC, okay? Okay. Well, we're going to do this then. Hold tight, guys. Hold tight. They're showing an intro video. We're going to just run the stream from this computer. That's why we have multiple ways to do this. So sit tight, and we'll be here with you shortly, friends. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
On their computer, you know, they have an idea and like they push like enter or some red button and it goes out to the world. And then all of a sudden there's like millions of people around the globe that get to experience the thing that you've made. Are you actually able to do all this?
Maybe the title of the film should be
thumbs up if everyone
Our
can hear this
Journey
okay on the
into
chat. Just
Tomorrow.
let me know if you can hear everything okay.
I see a little girl in an endless white room. She meets Craig Federighi.
Hi.
But we don't see him. We just hear his voice.
Not cool, not cool, not cool.
Now she's older and dressed for work.
There has to be action at this point, or like some sort of drama. She goes to work and discovers something catastrophic. Someone says,
"We have a bug."
So she comes in and pounds on the keyboard. And the bug is fixed. Yeah, it's like a musical.
Musical.
Yeah, the bug, but a musical.
We fixed the bug!
We crushed the bug! We squished the bug!
We made an app! It's the bug! But a musical!
Wait a minute. Why not make Arena Rock of Dub Dub? There wouldn't be any pyro usually. There wouldn't be any pyro usually. Fun. But I think why not? Pyro is fun.
Do you think it would work?
You won't know if you don't try.
Good morning, and welcome to WWDC.
Come on, man.
It's
Really?
wonderful to see so many familiar
Really?
faces with us today. We're excited to share our latest technologies with you and with the incredible community of millions of Apple developers around the world. Your creativity and groundbreaking apps continue to deliver new and meaningful ways to enrich people's lives. We applaud the extraordinary work you've been able to do throughout this challenging time. Last year's WWDC was our most inclusive and most watched developer conference ever, with nearly 25 million viewers. It was exciting to have so many people join us and to see the impact it had on new Apple developers as we broadened our audience, welcoming more people from more places around the world. We've continued to look for ways to help cultivate the next generation of developers, with an emphasis on those underrepresented in technology. We host entrepreneur camps for Black and female developers to foster the talents of future industry leaders. Our developer academies, including the newest in Detroit, prepare the coders of tomorrow with valuable tools and training. And Learn to Code offers an amazing curriculum for people to develop new skills and learn Swift. We are committed to being a force for change as we seek to make the world a better place, full of opportunity for all of us. This year, we're bringing you another online experience featuring over 200 in-depth sessions, one-to-one labs with Apple engineers, and so much more. We'll provide the tools you need to continue creating the world's most innovative apps, apps that inspire us in new ways every day. And just like last year's WWDC, this entire conference will be made available for free. We've got a lot of exciting news and breakthrough innovations to share with you today. So let's get started by turning it over to Craig to tell us what's new in iOS.
Let's go, let's go.
Thanks, Tim. All right, let's dive right in.
Ooh, that was fancy.
For many of us, our iPhone has become indispensable. And at the heart of iPhone is iOS. iOS powers experiences we've come to rely on. And this year, we were inspired to create even more meaningful ways iPhone could help you. Our new release is iOS 15. It's packed with features that make the iOS experience adapt to and complement the way you use iPhone. Whether it's staying connected with those who matter to you most, finding the space to focus without distraction, using intelligence to discover the information you need, or exploring the world around you. Let's start off with features that will let you stay connected in brand new ways. In a year when figuring out how to get face-to-face has felt more essential than ever, we've all found ourselves using video calling for just about everything. And when it comes to making calls that are easy, spontaneous, and connect us with the people who matter most, FaceTime is a standout.
FaceTime.
With its incredibly intuitive design and end-to-end encryption since day one, FaceTime is how we catch up with friends around the world and how we stay close to family members when we're apart. Enjoying these deeply personal moments over video can bring so much joy, but it also has its challenges. When talking in person, our brains process hundreds of social, auditory, and visual cues. When talking on a video call, many of those signals can get lost, leaving us feeling drained. So this year, we've set out to make FaceTime calls feel more natural, comfortable, and lifelike.
Center
First
stage
is a feature that makes FaceTime calls sound like you're sitting in the very same room. We're bringing spatial audio to FaceTime.
That's cool.
Creating a sound field that helps conversations flow as easily as they do face-to-face. Now your friends' voices are spread out to sound like they're coming from the direction in which they're positioned on the video call, making your calls more comfortable and more natural. Next, let's talk about two powerful new options for your microphone. The first is voice isolation. When you're on a FaceTime call, your mic is picking up a cacophony of sound. So in voice isolation, machine learning distinguishes these sounds, blocks out the ambient noise, and prioritizes your voice so that it comes through crystal clear. Check it out.
I wish I could be there.
Me too. Let me fix this. Better, right?
Yeah.
Thought she wanted for her birthday.
Sometimes, though, we want every
Gotta see it in
bit
action.
of sound to
Gotta
come
see it in
through.
action, guys.
And that's when you switch to wide spectrum. In wide spectrum, your mic picks up an entire symphony's worth of sound, your voice and everything around you. Next, let's turn to video. When you want to see every face in the room, you can now turn on grid view, giving you another way to view your group FaceTime calls. Here you see people in the same size tiles, and you'll be able to clearly identify who's speaking while seeing everyone else's reactions.
It's a little soft touch.
And to make your
Grid view.
FaceTime video capture more beautiful than ever, we're introducing portrait mode.
Okay.
Where we've taken inspiration from iPhone's stunning portrait photos. In FaceTime, portrait mode blurs the background and naturally puts the focus on you. Next, to help you schedule your FaceTime calls, we've created
like they're doing like Zoom.
FaceTime
They're making it like a
links.
Zoom. FaceTime
Now
Zoom.
you can generate a link for a FaceTime call and share it anywhere. It's
New
a
call
terrific
sound, new
way
call
to
sound.
plan ahead for a call. You can send the FaceTime link in places like Messages, email, WhatsApp, or jump into Calendar and make an event for your FaceTime call so everyone will know exactly where to meet and when. And it's not just Apple devices that can use a FaceTime link to join your call. Your friends with Android and Windows devices can use your FaceTime link to join the call right from their browser.
They're trying to compete with
and
Zoom.
Even on the web, FaceTime calls are still end-to-end encrypted, so your privacy
And people will
is
use
never
this. People are going to use
compromised.
this.
Some of our favorite ways to connect involve more than just
I don't
talking.
see workplaces doing
like
it,
getting
but
together for a
consumers
weekly
gonna use
movie
this a
night,
lot more.
or listening to an album with a friend that brings back amazing memories. We love enjoying shared experiences, and so we built SharePlay. SharePlay is a powerful new set of features for shared experiences that you can enjoy when you're on a FaceTime call. With SharePlay, you can bring music into your call for a shared listening experience unlike any other. Watch movies and TV shows while having rich, real-time connection with your friends. And share your screen, giving you limitless possibilities for bringing apps right into your FaceTime calls. Let me show you how this works, starting with listening together. Say you're hanging out on a FaceTime, talking about a new album that came out over the weekend. With SharePlay, you can bring that album right into the conversation. When you're on a call, all you need to do is press play in Apple Music, and you can choose to listen together. And like magic, high-quality music playback will start in sync for everyone on the call. And
I
you're
don't know
still
if I
connected
do
with
that.
FaceTime while listening.
I don't know.
Everyone on the call can add songs to a shared queue, and shared
This
playback
feels like
controls let anyone
when
press
pandemic
play,
was at its peak,
pause,
this would have been
or
more
jump to
useful.
the next track.
Some people try.
Now, let's check out what it's like to watch together. When you're on a FaceTime call, jump to a streaming
gonna
app
hold
and
my
press
phone like
play.
that?
And boom.
Maybe it's a YouTube
you
video.
and your friends are watching the same video totally in sync. SharePlay is unlike any other shared content experience out there because it moves fluidly throughout the whole system. Maybe you want to order takeout while you watch. Picture-in-picture lets you see your friends and the video you're enjoying together. And controls are always accessible with just a tap. If the group wants to stay connected with no interruptions to the video sound, you can jump into Messages and keep the conversation going there. And when the moment calls for a bigger screen, you can extend the video to your Apple TV and watch it there while sharing the moment with your friends over FaceTime on your iPhone.
You ain't gonna hold your phone up
Even
the
when
whole
you're
time
using
like that?
SharePlay across multiple devices, everyone will remain in sync. We wanted to make sure you have a ton of incredible experiences to share in FaceTime. So in addition to Apple Music and the TV app, SharePlay is designed to work with your other favorite apps and streaming services. With an API built for easy adoption, developers can bring their own apps right into FaceTime. And today, we're so pleased to announce that we're already working with some incredible partners. Watch blockbuster movies with your friends on Disney Plus
while
and hit
holding
TV
your phone
shows
to
on
your
Hulu.
face.
Catch originals
More for
from
iPad
HBO
than
Max
it is
and
for
see your
iPhone.
friends react live to a buzzer beater in the NBA app or a speed run on Twitch. Jump on TikTok to watch the funniest videos of the week, learn a new skill with a friend on Masterclass, and so much more. Finally, check out screen sharing. You can use it to browse Zillow listings live with your future roommates or show off a tricky move in your favorite game. Screen sharing is also a simple and super effective way to help someone out and answer questions right in the moment. And it works across Apple devices. So that's SharePlay, a whole new way in FaceTime to connect and share experiences with the people you love.
I don't know how often I'd
Next,
actually use that,
when it comes to
honestly.
staying connected throughout the day, our go-to is messages. And these days, so many of our conversations are inspired through sharing articles, photos, and more. So this year, we're introducing great new ways to enjoy all of this amazing shared content and the exchanges that follow. Here's Mindy to show you how it all works.
Thanks, Craig. I'm so excited to show you what's new in Messages. Let's check out my family's conversation.
Let's do
Everyone's
it.
sending me pictures from our fun trip down to Joshua Tree. Look at this brand new collage design. And this cool stack with even more photos from Taylor. I can quickly swipe through them.
It's fun.
Tap to view the full bunch, and even add a quick tap back.
Cleaner.
Now, let's see what's going on with my friends. They're always sending me all kinds of things. Like this fun playlist from Leah. And this mission-critical article from Casey about what type of pizza is best. The thing is, the time when I receive this great content is often different than when I'm ready to enjoy it. For example, I'm not going to read this right now, but I'd love to the next time I catch up on the news. Let me show you something we designed just for that, called Shared With You. So now, if I head over to the news app, there's a new Shared With You section that conveniently surfaces that pizza article and a few from my other friends. Now that I'm ready to learn more, I can take a look and check this out. Up top, it shows me who it's from, and I can tap From Casey to pick up our conversation and remind her that deep dish is obviously the best kind of pizza.
Do you have to have News
And
Plus
then
for this? That's what I'm
get
curious
right back
about.
to browsing. So now if I want to
This
check
frees
out
you
that
News
playlist
Plus.
Leah sent earlier, I can head over to Apple Music. And it's right here. Let's take a listen. Love it. Definitely adding this one to my library. Now, one I really love is photos. Remember those great pictures from my family's trip to Joshua Tree? Well, over in the Photos app, the new Shared With You section makes it super easy to get back to them. They'll also appear in my featured photos and memories. And what's really cool is they're automatically brought over to my library too. So if I scroll back to that Joshua Tree trip and drill in, you can see all the great photos my cousins sent are right here with the ones I took, making my collection so much more complete with zero effort. And Photos is smart enough to only bring over the ones I actually care about, like the ones I was there for. So I don't have to worry about screenshots or memes cluttering up my library. So that's sharing in iOS 15. Back to you, Craig.
In addition to
I
photos,
mean, these are nice
Apple Music
add-ons.
and News,
Nothing game-changing
we've
or
built
killer right
Shared
now
With
for
You
me, at least.
into Safari, Apple Podcasts, and the Apple TV app. And if something especially important comes through, you can quickly pin it, and it'll be elevated and shared with you, and places like Search. So that's Messages with Shared With You, bringing connection to the places you love to enjoy content. Together with SharePlay and other powerful updates to FaceTime,
Share,
we're giving you even
share,
more
share,
meaningful
share,
ways
share,
to
share,
connect.
share.
Of course, that means making the time for it. So we have new tools to help you focus on what matters most. Today, iPhone plays so many roles in our lives. It's where we get information, how people reach us, and where we get things done. This is great, but it means our attention is being pulled in so many different directions. And finding that balance between work and life can be tricky. We want to free up space to focus and help you be in the moment. And that starts with notifications. They have a fresh new look, contact photos for people, and larger icons for apps, making them even easier to identify. Notifications are useful, though they can pile up throughout the course of a day, breaking your focus in those moments when you're trying to get in the zone. And the truth is, while some notifications require your immediate attention, others could be dealt with later. To help you engage on your own time, we're introducing the Notification Summary, a helpful collection of your notifications you can schedule to be delivered at any time you choose, like in the morning and evening. We use on-device intelligence based on how you interact with your apps to arrange the summary, so it's easy to quickly catch up. Notifications in the summary are ordered by priority, with the most relevant ones rising to the top. Notifications from people will not end up in the summary, so you won't miss important messages as they come in. If now really isn't a good time, you can use Do Not Disturb to silence all notifications. And it turns out, it's even easier to step away and focus if people know we're busy. So we created an easy way to signal to others when you're doing that. Now, when you're using Do Not Disturb, your status is automatically displayed in messages. When you reach out to someone who's indicated they don't want to be disturbed, you'll be reminded in that moment. And for truly urgent messages, there's a way to get through. While an important part of finding focus is about reducing distraction from others, it's also about drawing boundaries for yourself.
Or
there
putting
may be
down your
periods
phone.
in your day when you want to be totally focused on work. Or maybe you just want to be fully present with your family at dinner. In these moments, you can use Do Not Disturb or strike more of a balance with Focus. Focus is a new way to match your device to your current mindset. With Focus, all you have to do is choose what you want to focus on. You can carve out time in your day for work or your personal life. When setting up a focus, we use on-device intelligence about your past activity to suggest apps and people to allow notifications from. So if you're at work, you could choose to only be notified by coworkers or apps like Mail, Calendar, or Slack. You can even dedicate a page on your home screen to match your focus and organize your apps and widgets in a way that reduces temptations by making only your work apps visible. For your personal life, we'll suggest being notified only by friends and family, or apps like Calm. And for a home screen to match, you can have your favorite entertainment apps like YouTube or widgets for keeping up with your friends and family. We'll even intelligently suggest using a focus based on your context, using different signals like location or time of day. Of course, you can create a custom focus too. And when you use a focus on one device, it automatically sets on all your other devices. We think together, these tools are a really powerful way to help you find balance.
It shows
Not
how
only
they
does
dominate our
iOS
lives
give
now.
you
They have
space
to
focus.
teach us how
It
to not
also
just
uses
put our devices aside.
intelligence to elevate your experience, helping you discover more in your photos, quickly find what you're looking for, and even relive special moments. Let's get started with a feature we call Live Text. Today, our photos are full of rich and useful information, from photos of places we visit to handwritten notes of family recipes. And now, Live Text unlocks this information in a way that's really natural. It starts with the camera. Let me show you. Let's say I just finished a meeting with the team, and I want to capture my notes from the whiteboard.
Google.
I can now just point the camera at the whiteboard, and an indicator appears here in the lower right. When I tap it, the text just jumps right out. I can use my normal text selection gestures. Just drag and copy. Now I can switch over to Mail and paste those in, and then send this off to Tim. How cool is that? And this is great for photos already in your photo library. Here's a photo of a friend. You may notice that here at the top, there's some text. Now I can just select it like this, and I have the option to use a lookup to find out more about this restaurant and even look up its location. Oh, and here's a picture from a friend. Now you may notice here in the background is a phone number. I can just zoom in, and with Live Text, it's recognized with a link. I can just tap it and give this place a call, just like that.
Hi, Wanderlust Creamery.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Just applying a deep neural network here to a photo of your shop. No actual need for ice cream at this time. Gotta drop. Bye. Live Text works with photos across the entire system, including screenshots, quick look, and even photos on the web. And it understands 7 languages, including simplified and traditional Chinese, and works across iPhone, iPad, and Mac. And it's not just text. You can also look up information on recognized objects and scenes. Just tap, and you can look up information like the breed of a dog,
Google,
or type of a flower. And this works for art, books, nature, pets, and landmarks. We're also making it easier to search for your photos by adding photos to Spotlight. Spotlight is the universal place to start all of your searches. Now, with Photo Search in Spotlight, you can quickly find your photos right from the home screen. Spotlight leverages intelligence from the Photos app so you can search by people, scenes, elements in your photos, or location, like San Francisco. And leveraging live text, Spotlight can even find text in your photos, which is great when you're looking for a photo of a recipe, a receipt, or even a handwritten note. We've also added all new rich results for contacts. You'll have quick access to call, text, FaceTime, or email them, and Spotlight intelligently includes everything related to them. Their location, if shared through Find My, recent conversations, shared photos, calendar appointments, notes, and files. And we've added all new rich results for actors, musicians, TV shows, and movies as well. That's Spotlight. Next, let's talk about how Photos uses its deep understanding of what's in your library to enable powerful emotional features like Memories. Memories intelligently curates your favorite moments, stitching photos and videos together into heartfelt movies. To take a closer look at what's new, here's Chelsea.
Thanks, Craig. This year, we've got the biggest update ever, including bringing Apple Music into your memories for the first time. Let me show you.
But I don't have Apple
Here in the
Music.
Photos app, I can tap on the For You tab, and my memories are right at the top. Check out this beautiful new animated title card. Let's watch this one of my climbing adventures. You'll hear a relevant, personalized song from Apple Music that brings the memory to life. These new memories are built on the fly. They're interactive and alive, and are paced to the beat of the music. I can touch and hold to pause, and the music continues to play. When I let go, the pacing adjusts to get back on beat. And to see a photo again, all it takes is a swipe. To customize my memory, I'll use a new feature called Memory Mixes. I can tap to bring up the controls, then tap this button to jump in. Swiping on this carousel lets me try out different mixes with intelligently chosen songs, pacing, and a look to match. Notice how the feel of the memory changed with a calmer song, slower transitions, and a black and white
Wants
look.
to post this stuff on the social. Yeah, I mean, that's what this is for.
This faster song has a more energetic feel. And these looks aren't just filters. We analyze each photo and apply consistent color and contrast, just like a colorist at a film studio.
Just like
To check out more intelligent song suggestions, I'll tap on the music button. You'll notice these top suggestions are a great fit for my climbing memory. With tens of millions of songs in the Apple Music library, experts have curated sets of songs that are combined with my music tastes and the knowledge of what's in my photos to create personalized recommendations just for me. I can search for a specific song by tapping on the magnifying glass, but I'm gonna go with something from my listening history. This song from Imagine Dragons will be perfect.
Of course, Imagine Dragons. Hey!
And I can keep watching related memories, personalized with my favorite songs from Apple Music. And now, back to Craig.
With live text, lookup, Spotlight, and Memories, iOS 15 elevates the iPhone experience with on-device intelligence. Next, let's talk about how iOS helps you better understand and explore the world around you with some
These are all
great
incremental
updates to Wallet,
A lot of stuff we've seen on
Weather,
Android, but this
and
is the
Maps.
first time for Apple users.
To tell us about what's new in Wallet,
it's going to be useful, but
here's
none of
Jennifer.
this stuff like changes things big
With
for
the
me.
Apple Wallet app, we set out to replace your physical wallet. Starting with Apple Pay,
A lot of
we added
incremental
payment
stuff.
cards to make payments safer and more secure. Next, we brought transit cards with express mode to your iPhone. You just breeze through the turnstiles in San Francisco, New York, Beijing, Tokyo, and more. And just recently, Walt Disney World added their park passes, creating magical moments as you tap to enter, ride, and explore. you can never leave home without your keys. So we're continuing to add keys to Wallet and making them even better. We started with car keys, which we're improving with ultra-wideband support for an unlock and drive experience. No need to take your iPhone out of your bag or pocket. BMW and others will ship cars with UWB starting later this year. With iOS 15, we're bringing keys for your everyday places to Wallet. Starting with where you live, we're creating the fastest, most secure way to unlock your house, apartment, or flat. And where you work, just add your corporate badge and tap to enter your building or office. And where you travel, with hotel keys, you'll automatically receive your key when your room is ready, even before you arrive at the hotel. Starting this fall, Hyatt Hotels will start rolling this out to over 1,000 properties worldwide, creating a faster and safer experience for their guests. Anywhere you go, just tap to unlock. An incredible range of partners for locks and access systems have signed on to support keys for all the places you go. However, to be fully free of your physical wallet, there's one more thing we need to bring to iPhone, and that's your ID. So we're bringing identity cards to Apple Wallet.
Identity
this
cards?
Fall, you'll just scan your driver's license or state ID in participating U.S. states. It's that easy.
Only in
your
participating
ID
US
information
states.
is now in Wallet. Encrypted and safely stored in the secure element, the same hardware technology that makes Apple Pay private and secure. And the
We gotta
TSA
trust
is
Apple for
working
the
to
security on
enable
that one, for
airport
sure.
security checkpoints as the first place you can use your digital ID. When you present your ID, you'll know what specific information is requested and securely presented. With just a tap, you're off to your flight. So that's Wallet on your iPhone and Apple Watch. Back to you, Craig.
Again, more
Next
incremental
up,
updates, guys. So
Weather.
just nice,
the Weather
but-
app is incredibly popular, and it's getting a huge update. First, we're introducing a beautiful new design with data and layouts that change based on conditions, such as wind and rain, unhealthy air quality, or sunny skies. We've also added new weather graphics to help users better understand conditions like wind, UV index, and barometric pressure. And we've completely redesigned the gorgeous animated backgrounds. There are now thousands of variations that more accurately represent the sun position, clouds, and precipitation. And the Weather app in iOS 15 includes full-screen, high-resolution weather maps. These maps show temperature, animated precipitation, and air quality that provide a whole new way to see the weather around you. Next, we have some really big updates for another app our users depend on every day, Apple Maps. Apple Maps is the best
30
way to
minutes into
navigate your
this,
world.
and they're still on
it's
iOS
easy
15.
to use and beautifully
See how long
designed,
this keynote's gonna
while
be.
providing the confidence that your privacy is protected. Here's Meg to tell you more.
Two years ago, we started rolling out our new map, offering richer details and more accurate navigation to help you get around. Built from the ground up, we've launched our new map so far in the US, UK, Ireland, and Canada, and we're excited to announce we're bringing the new map today to Spain and Portugal, and later this year, we'll add Italy and Australia. Our goal has always been to build the world's best map. So we looked at everything we've done so far and asked ourselves, how can we push things even further? We started by building a gorgeous interactive globe that invites users to tap and explore. This is a whole new way of looking at the world.
Apple
But it's in
Earth.
cities
Apple
where we're
Earth.
taking Apple Maps to an entirely new level. Our current map is great, and our users have told us it's a lot more useful for navigation and exploration. But in iOS 15, Maps will offer incredible new details for commercial districts, marinas, buildings, and so much more. We've added things like elevation, new road colors and labels, as well as hundreds of custom-designed landmarks for places like Coit Tower and the Golden Gate Bridge. And we built a beautiful new nighttime mode with a moonlit glow. We think all of these improvements are going to make exploring a city so much fun for Maps users. And when a user is ready to go somewhere, Maps in iOS 15 will make getting there way better. Let's start with driving. We've added a great deal of new road details to the map, so we can help drivers as they move throughout a city to better see and understand important things like turn lanes, medians, bus and taxi lanes, and more. This outstanding attention to detail, including the addition of crosswalks and bike lanes, will help drivers more safely navigate complex intersections.
They look really good.
And when driving on highways, Maps now renders overlapping complex interchanges in three-dimensional space, making it much easier to see upcoming traffic conditions or to know which lane you need to be
Apple
in.
Maps keeps getting better,
And of
quite
course,
honestly,
we'll
but
be
that's
bringing this
interesting.
driving experience
I like
to
the layouts. The
CarPlay
3D layouts look
later
good.
this year. But it's not just driving. We've also made big improvements for transit riders by helping them easily find nearby stations. Users can pin their favorite lines to the top and even keep track on their Apple Watch, so there's no need to take your phone out of your pocket. Maps also automatically follows your transit route, notifying you it's time to disembark as you approach your final destination. And if you've ever exited a station, unsure of which direction you need to go, Maps will help get you back on track. Simply hold up your iPhone, scan the buildings in the area, and Maps will generate a highly accurate position, delivering detailed directions and augmented reality to help you complete your journey. We're launching this beautiful new three-dimensional experience in these cities by the end of 2021, with many more to come next year. And that's the all-new Apple Maps. Back to you, Craig.
I mean, that
So
probably
that's
might be the most
just some
interesting
of
changes
what's
out of
new
all
in
the apps
Apple
they showed
Maps.
so far. So.
An incredible new way to
all
explore the
incremental
natural
still,
beauty of
just-
the world
okay, nice,
and an
nice.
amazing new
Where's
three-dimensional
the MacBook?
city experience with improved navigation. iOS 15 is a great release that helps you stay connected, find focus, discover more with on-device intelligence, and explore the world. And there's more, including voice search in Safari, powerful support for cross-app drag and drop, and new outfit options from Emoji. So that's iOS 15 with powerful
1034
new features
just through
that
iOS
enhance how
15
you
so
use
far.
iPhone.
1034, just a little
And
time
of
check.
course, one of our most popular accessories for iPhone is AirPods.
Oh,
to tell
AirPods?
you about what's new,
What?
here's Guggen.
Hardware? Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
AirPods have helped us enjoy music like never before. And they've helped us stay connected in so many different ways, whether to friends and family, to our devices, or to our favorite entertainment. With iOS 15, we have some great new features coming to AirPods. Starting with Conversation Boost, which is designed to help people with mild hearing challenges stay more connected in conversations. Through computational audio and beamforming microphones, Conversation Boost focuses your AirPods Pro on the person talking in front of you, making it easier to hear and follow
They said
along
AirPods
in a
Pro.
face-to-face conversation. And to help you hear the conversation even better, you can also reduce the amount of ambient noise. Next, when you can't reach for your iPhone, Announce Messages with Siri helps you stay connected. iOS 15 takes this further with Announce Notifications. Now Siri can automatically read your important, time-sensitive notifications
That could
to
be a
you,
little overkill, but
like
you
when
gotta
your
really
dinner
set
has
this
been
up.
delivered. And when you set a location for your reminder, like the grocery store, Siri will read your shopping list to you right when you need it. You can easily choose which apps to enable and select Do Not Disturb when you don't want to be interrupted. And if you're using the new Focus feature, your notification preferences are already taken into account. Next, we have significantly improved how AirPods work in Find My. With iOS 15, you can locate your AirPods Pro and AirPods Max using the Find My network. Your AirPods simply send out a secure Bluetooth beacon that can be detected by other Apple devices.
Find My.
They can relay your AirPods location to the network and then back to your Find My app.
Who's
And
gonna
if they're
return
nearby,
those?
just choose Play Sound. Listen for the chirp, whether they're in their case or out. And the new proximity view in the Find My app lets you know when you're getting
It's only
close.
showing AirPods Pro right now.
To make it even less likely to lose your AirPods, you can now receive a separation alert to notify you if you leave your AirPods behind. Finally, last year we introduced spatial audio with dynamic head tracking for AirPods Pro, and then elevated the experience even further with the high-fidelity audio of AirPods Max. Enabled by computational audio, the three-dimensional theater-like sound really makes movies come to life. This fall, we're excited to extend spatial audio to tvOS.
Finally!
So now you can enjoy the full surround experience tuned for the big screen in your living room without disturbing the rest of the house.
There we go.
And with dynamic head tracking, it properly responds as you move about the room.
I care about a lot.
We're also bringing spatial audio with dynamic head tracking to macOS on our new M1 powered Macs, so you can enjoy spatial audio on all of your devices. In addition, we recently announced spatial audio for Apple Music with the incredible multi-dimensional sound experience of Dolby Atmos. And we're excited that it's available starting today, with albums from some of your favorite artists, like Ariana Grande, The Weeknd, J Balvin, and Casey Musgraves.
I like these announcements.
With the benefits of Conversation Boost, the convenience of Find My, and the enhanced experience with spatial audio, there are some great new features coming to the AirPods family. Now back to you, Craig.
Okay, I'm starting to roll now.
Just like magic.
It's time to talk about iPadOS.
It's about time we do that.
iPad is an incredibly versatile device with its unique blend of mobility, innovative technologies, and touch-first user experience. And this experience is powered by iPadOS. With iPadOS, we build distinct capabilities that make it possible for iPad to become whatever you need it to be. Like when you're browsing your photos, an iPad becomes an album of your most precious memories held right in your hands. Or when you pick up Apple Pencil and it becomes your notepad, a markup tool, or a canvas for new artwork. Or when you attach a keyboard and trackpad and it becomes a powerful way to work on your most important documents. This unique set of capabilities mean that you can get things done right in the moment and can seamlessly move from capturing and working on your ideas to sharing them. With iPadOS 15, we're taking this versatility further,
Let's go.
making iPad even more capable and more intuitive.
Show me.
And we started right on the home screen
That
with
should have been
widgets.
happening a long time ago.
They
Widgets.
offer beautiful, glanceable information at just the right moments. And this year, we have a big update. Now you can place widgets among the apps on your home screen. This is a huge deal. Let me show you how it works.
Just like it does on the iPhone.
Here I am on the home screen. You can see that I already have a few widgets placed along the top. Let's start by adding a widget. I'll bring up the widget gallery. Here, you'll notice some new widgets, like the beautiful new Find My widget and the Contacts widget, which helps you reach family and friends with just a tap.
Some larger
Let's
widgets,
find
that
a
looks
good
cool.
spot for this, towards the top here. Now, I'll go back to the gallery and grab the Parcel widget for tracking my incoming packages right on the home screen. Perfect. Now, of course, a bigger canvas means more room for widgets. So we're adding a new larger format for widgets designed just for iPad's larger display.
Format widgets,
Here's the new Apple TV widget. I can easily dive into my favorite shows with a tap. And here's my gaming page. The new Game Center widget lets me jump into my games faster and discover what to play with friends. And check out the new large size photo widget. It really puts my favorite photos front and center. And with this larger Files widget, I can keep tabs on all my work projects. Now, with pages full of these great widgets, some of my less frequently used apps have gotten pushed to later pages. We wanted to make it easier to get to all of your apps, so we've brought App Library to iPad. You can see all my apps are here, automatically categorized for me. And what's really cool is we built access to App Library right into the dock. So no matter where you are, you can always get to your apps.
I dig that. That's
And
a
now
nice
that you
touch.
have App Library, you can hide pages that you no longer need. Just like this. And even reorder them right from here. That's Widgets and App Library.
Okay,
We
nice.
think this is going to change how you get information and access all your apps on iPad.
Who caught that?
We also have a major update for another key part of the iPadOS
Multitasking.
experience.
Let's go. Let's go.
Multitasking. This year, we've made it easier to discover, easier to use, and even more powerful. To give you a closer look, here's Shabam.
Let's go, Shabam.
Thanks, Craig. In iPadOS 15, there's a new control that appears at the top of your apps.
Ooh.
Tapping on it reveals the multitasking menu. From here, I can take an app full screen or work with two apps at the same time by creating a split view or slide over. I'll tap on the split view icon, and the app slides to the edge of the screen, giving me quick access to my home screen, where I can select from any of my apps. I've been working on a podcast, so I'll choose Ferret. And now I can work with Ferrite and Notes at the same time in split view. It's also really easy to switch apps in split view. If I want to replace Ferrite, I can swipe down and Notes moves aside, letting me pick another app from the home screen. Let's
By having that top middle tap, it just makes it easier to access
This works
instead of dragging
exactly the
it
same way
awkwardly.
to choose a new app for either side of the screen. And we brought the same ease of multitasking to apps with multiple windows. In Mail, I can touch and hold on this message to open it centered on my screen. This allows me to read the entire email without leaving my current view. And I have the same multitasking controls here too, so I can easily move this into split view or slide over. But I want to save this email and come back to it later. So I can just swipe down to minimize it into a new area we're calling the shelf. The shelf gives me easy access to all open windows of an app.
The shelf?
Let's go to Safari.
What about
and
a
you'll see
workspace?
that the shelf appears automatically when I switch apps. I often have a lot of Safari windows open, many in split view paired with other apps. And now I can just tap to quickly switch between them. I can also add or remove windows right here from the shelf. We've made the app switcher even more powerful.
The shelf.
I can now create a split view just by dragging one
I
app
like that.
over
I like that.
another. So that's multitasking in iPadOS 15. Now back to you, Craig.
Thanks, Shabam.
Okay,
These
nice.
new multitasking features will
Like,
help our users be more
both of those,
productive and do
I sign
even
on
more on
for
their
sure as an
iPad.
iPad user.
And what's really cool is we now have a new set of keyboard shortcuts that
keyboard
let you do
shortcuts.
all of this without lifting a finger. iPadOS 15 also gives you more powerful ways to capture and organize your information with Notes. This year, we're adding powerful new features for collaboration and organization. First, we're adding mentions. Just mention someone in a shared note, and they'll get a notification linking them back. There's also an all-new activity view that quickly shows you what's changed in a shared note while you were away. And to give users new ways to organize their notes, we're adding tags. You can add a tag anywhere in your note, and then use the tag browser to
I use the
quickly
Notes app a
find
lot,
your
honestly,
notes.
so I do like
But
this stuff.
sometimes you just want
I
to
don't collab
quickly
with it,
jot
but
down
I
a
do
note
like
to
this.
remember something important for later. And that's why we're taking Notes system-wide with a feature we call Quick Note.
Okay.
Quick Note is a fast and easy way to get to a note no matter what you're doing. Here's Will to show you how it works.
Thanks, Craig. Starting a quick note is easy. When I swipe, the note appears out of the corner of the screen. Now that I've started a note, I can type or I can write with Apple Pencil. It's perfect for jotting down something like a phone number. And when I'm done, I just swipe it away. Let's open Safari. What's super cool about Quick Note
He's so
is
happy.
that it's aware of the app I'm using. I'll start a new Quick Note on top of Safari.
Okay, new quick note.
And now I can easily add a link from the website into my Quick Note. I can tap this link anytime to return to this exact site. Let's go to a website I added a link to earlier. A small thumbnail pops up in the corner that allows me to quickly get back to my Quick Note, containing any useful information I found.
So the note stays
You'll
associated with
notice
sites you
there's
visit.
text highlighted on the page. I added this text to my Quick Note, and tapping on a link from a highlight takes me right to the content on the page. I can add a link from almost any app I'm using, including third-party apps. Here's a link from Yelp, and if I tap, it takes me right to the restaurant listing. I can swipe across my Quick Note to see my most recent ones, and anytime I want to see all my Quick Notes, I can
Honestly,
find
don't
them
know how
right
much
where
I'd
you'd
actually use
expect
this.
in
I have to
Notes.
see.
Now back to Craig.
I don't know.
Thanks, Will. So that's Quick Note, a new way to capture information anywhere. Quick Notes can be created on iPadOS and macOS, and you can access and edit them later on iOS.
Create on macOS without
Now,
the ability
let's
to use the
talk
screen
about
as a
Translate.
touchscreen.
In just 1 year, Translate has already helped users make billions of translations on iOS. So we're excited to bring Translate to iPad.
First
with
on the iPhone.
experiences that leverage iPad's unique capabilities, like practicing handwriting in another language with Apple Pencil, or translating right next to your document with Split View. And Translate was designed for conversations, so we're making conversations feel easier and even more natural with Auto Translate. Auto Translate detects when you're speaking and in which language, so no one needs to tap a button to respond. Just speak and let Translate do the rest. We're also excited to announce system-wide translation, so you can translate text anywhere. Just select the text and tap Translate. With live text, you can even translate text in a photo. System-wide translation is available on iPadOS, iOS, and macOS.
Translation
and
in a
of
photo
course, you
with
can
live
download
text.
languages to use all of these features on device. Whether you're working on a document or meeting
What
with
about the
someone,
pro stuff? I
Translate
wanna
makes
see the pro
iPad
stuff.
even more powerful. Now, let's talk about Swift Playgrounds.
Shout out for
and
developers,
how it's
let's
bringing
go.
a whole new dimension of productivity to iPad. Swift Playgrounds is a great way to learn to code through a series of Apple-designed lesson plans that are interactive and fun. This year, we're taking it even further by adding the ability to build apps on iPad.
Come on.
You build these apps with Swift UI, which makes development easy. The code you write is immediately reflected in the live preview of your app. This new project type even works with Xcode on Mac. Swift Playgrounds now supports improved code completion, so you can just start typing and quickly add the suggestion to your code. You also have access to the whole library of UI components and the documentation to go with it. And if you're new to app development, there's a guide to creating your first app. While you're developing your app, you can run it full screen to try it out, and when you're ready, you can even submit it to the App
Developers,
Store.
I mean, this is the first step.
This is
You
amazing.
gotta love this.
You can now build apps for iPhone and iPad on iPad.
With Swift
We
Playgrounds.
think this will take iPad to new
It's gonna be
places.
interesting. Gotta talk to my
That's
developer friends about this.
iPadOS 15, taking the versatility
it?
of iPad even further, with new widget layouts for your home screen, app library, and a redesigned
Any apps?
multitasking
Any new apps?
experience.
No?
New
No?
note-taking and translation features, and the ability to build apps with Swift Playgrounds. Combined with the great new features we talked about in iOS,
Damn.
it's time to completely rethink what you can do with your iPad.
No M1? No.
Next, let's get into privacy.
No M1? Use advantage of...
At Apple, we believe privacy is a fundamental human right.
Damn.
We don't think you should have to make a trade-off between great features and privacy. We believe you deserve both. Since the beginning, we've worked to help you keep your personal data under your control. And over the years, we've integrated powerful privacy controls into our operating systems, most recently adding privacy nutrition labels and app tracking transparency. Today, privacy is more important than ever, because when you use the internet and third-party apps, you can be tracked by a complex ecosystem of data brokers and ad tech firms, often without your permission. We don't think this is right. We believe in protecting your privacy and giving you transparency and control over your information. And to tell you about the new ways we're giving you even more control, here are Katie and Eric.
Thanks, Craig. Let's start with mail. If you're like me, you get a lot of marketing emails like this.
Oh, yeah.
What you may not realize is that many of these emails use invisible
Go
pixels
into the
to collect
email.
information about your mail activity, like when you open a message and even your IP address. We think you should be able to choose whether to allow this or not. So now in the Mail app, we're introducing Mail Privacy Protection. Here's what it does. It hides your IP address so senders can't link it to your other online activity or determine your location. And it prevents senders from seeing if and when you've opened their email. So now you can catch up on email with greater peace of mind.
Safari leads the industry in protecting you against cross-site tracking with intelligent tracking prevention. And this year, we're making it even stronger by also hiding your IP address from trackers, so they can't use it to link your activity across different sites or learn your location. You can see which trackers are prevented from profiling you in the Safari Privacy Report. We wanted to bring this same transparency to apps you use too.
So we're introducing the App Privacy Report. This new section in settings gives you an overview of how apps treat your privacy. You can see how often apps use the permission you've granted to access your location, photos, camera, microphone, contacts, and more during the last 7 days. And to find out who your data may be shared with, you can see all the third-party domains the app is contacting. So these are our new privacy system controls. Now, let's talk about Siri. Siri is available across all of your Apple devices, allowing you to quickly get things done with just your voice. And Siri is being used more than ever on over 600 million devices each month. We recently added more diverse Siri voice options, and they sound incredible.
Hi, I'm Siri. If you need anything, just ask.
Now, Siri has a ton of great new features this year.
New voices.
But today we want to focus on a major update.
I'm still
to
bummed about the
privacy.
iPadOS right now.
Siri is designed to process as much data on device as possible, keeping your information private. And with the power of the neural engine, we're able to do this more than ever. Today, we're introducing on-device speech recognition. This means that by default, your audio is all processed right on your iPhone or iPad. This addresses the biggest privacy concern we hear for voice assistants, which is unwanted audio recording. And this has some great benefits beyond privacy. First, you can now make many requests without an internet connection, launch apps, change settings, control music, and more. Second, on-device processing speeds things up. Check this out. I'll do a few requests back to back. Open Photos. Open Calendar. Turn on airplane mode. Set a timer for 20 minutes. Switch to dark mode. Wake me up at 7 a.m. It's amazing how fast Siri is with on-device processing. So those are some of the powerful new privacy protections in Mail, Safari, and your apps, along with on-device speech recognition for Siri. Back to you, Craig.
Next, another part of our ecosystem that puts your privacy first is iCloud. Here to tell you about some great new updates is Mike.
Many of us rely on iCloud to safely store a lot of personal information, and it's important to always have access. So let's start off with 2 improvements we're making to your Apple ID. First, we're adding a new way to get back into your account if you ever forget your password or get locked out. You'll now have the option to add people you trust, like family and friends, to a recovery contact list. They won't get any access to your account, but if you ever forget your password, you can call them to get the code you need to get right back in. It's fast, easy, and secure. Second, we're launching a new digital legacy program. We don't often think about it, but it's important that we can easily pass down information to family members or friends when we pass away.
Digital legacy?
You'll now be able to add people to your account as legacy contacts. So when you're gone, they can simply request access, and your information can be passed along quickly and
that's
easily.
like totally
iCloud has
2021
always
type
kept
thinking.
your important
That's wild.
information like photos, documents, and notes.
You don't want to send
safe,
the photos over, though. You might
up-to-date,
not want to
and
do that.
accessible across all of your devices. And today, we're making some big updates. We're upgrading our paid subscription to something that we call iCloud Plus.
iCloud Plus?
iCloud
What
Plus
are we doing
combines
here?
everything you love about iCloud with some great new features, starting with something to help protect your privacy online. On any given day, we all use a variety of networks to browse the web, from the internet in our own homes to public Wi-Fi on the go. And behind the scenes, network providers and websites can combine your identity and browsing history into a detailed profile about
More
you.
services to pay for.
So now, in addition to everything Safari does to protect you online, we are introducing a new service called Private Relay.
It's going to be like an own VPN?
It lets you browse with Safari in an even more secure and private way. And the way it works is really cool. It ensures that the traffic leaving your device is encrypted, so no
through a
one
VPN.
can intercept and read it.
Oh my
then
gosh.
all of your requests are sent through
Wow,
2
they're like just
separate
jumping on
internet
everyone
relays.
else's lunch.
It's designed so that no one, including Apple, can see both
This
who
ain't
you
free. You're
are
gonna have to pay
and
for
what
this in
sites you're
iCloud
visiting.
Plus, y'all.
And it does all this without compromising performance. Next, let's talk about another iCloud Plus feature, Hide My Email. We've all had moments when we've thought twice
Hide the
about sharing our
sausage.
personal email address, like when we're filling out a form on the web. With Hide My Email, you can share a unique, random address that forwards messages to your personal inbox. And it's built right into Mail, Safari, and iCloud settings. So it's easy to set up as many addresses as you need and delete them at any time, keeping you in control. iCloud Plus also
That takes too much
includes
work.
built-in support for HomeKit secure video. More and more of us are using security cameras to keep an eye on our homes. With iCloud Plus, you can connect more cameras than ever. And none of the video counts against your iCloud storage. It's just a part of your subscription. Of course, you'll still get everything else you love about iCloud,
so
including photos,
really it's more about
and
the
iCloud
VPN
Drive.
here.
And the best part is, we're not changing our prices at all. You'll get all of iCloud, plus our new private relay service, Hide My Email, and expanded HomeKit secure video support for the same low prices we offer today. We're really excited to be giving users an even more private and connected experience with iCloud Plus. Now over to Sumbo for the latest developments in health.
Is that free?
Your health and the well-being of your family is always
confused.
important to you, and never more so than this past year. Apple's commitment to health is stronger than
Let's
ever.
go health.
We're collaborating with medical experts to accelerate health innovation, and we're empowering
No MacBook Pro,
individuals to
maybe?
improve their health, as well as make it easier for them to participate in
macOS, we
large-scale
gotta get
research
there.
studies. With our APIs, developers are using our devices and health app to come up with ingenious ways to push things forward. Here's an example.
I'm Francoise Marble. I'm a cardiology fellow at Johns Hopkins.
Seth Martin, I'm also a cardiologist at Johns Hopkins.
Seth and I spend our days alongside our patients at the bedside. 6 white coats hovering over a bed. And we're trying to actually share what the patient's condition is, how they need to improve their life. We use medical jargon, we speak quickly, we confuse patients, and they're left on their own. There has to be a better way than just treating a patient, handing them a bunch of papers, and expecting that they're going to understand how to change their life. We thought, well, what if we completely re-engineer the process for a heart attack patient by using Research Kit, Care Kit, Health Kit, and then connecting it with an Apple Watch so we can bring in key cardiovascular metrics that help us to know patients are doing well.
The Apple Watch is a game
When
changer.
Francoise was in the Technology Accelerator program at Hopkins, the work there led to this phone call with Apple. And towards the end of the phone call, Francoise said to Divya at Apple, "What can we do to accelerate this?" And Divya said,
"You guys gotta come out to Cupertino. Let's turn your vision into reality."
And we had a Silicon Valley Airbnb, and we started side by side coding with our iOS developers. And then every couple hours,
we would talk about their vision and the tools they could leverage.
We'd go to a whiteboard and we'd lay out,
here are the things you guys should go tackle.
And we go back to our Airbnb, pour more coffee, order some bubble teas, eat some food, and then we would go into Cupertino.
They'd come back into Cupertino, piled in a minivan,
and spend almost a full day there getting more feedback, working with their teams, and then
they would leave our offices and work through the night building and implementing the things we had talked about. With our tools and their vision, we ultimately made magic together.
We left Cupertino invigorated, and guess what? Our clinical trial was able to save an incredible amount of people from having complications and come back to the hospital, and it reduced hospital readmissions by 52% and likely saved a lot of lives.
I remember we were just sitting outside, beautiful Cupertino weather, and it was just one of those moments where it dawned on us that Corey app was going to have an impact on so many people's hearts around the world.
This is the start of something incredible. It's the spark, and now let's light the fire.
This is just one of the many inspiring stories out there and is a testament to the innovative work happening in the medical community. A critical part of taking care of yourself is monitoring changes in your health, which can be subtle and easy to miss over time. So this year, we're offering 3 new features to help you to identify, measure, and understand those changes. And here's Aditi to tell you about the first of these features.
Let's start with mobility. The way that you move and walk can indicate balance issues and gait impairment. This is the leading cause of falls in adults. Currently, fall risk is assessed by a care provider through a questionnaire and an in-person evaluation. But this can miss out on your everyday movement, so important changes can go unnoticed. Your iPhone already captures mobility data as you walk with scientifically validated metrics. We're building on this to introduce a completely new way to assess your risk of falling, called Walking Steadiness. For the first time ever, you can get insight if your fall risk increases and take action early to improve your steadiness. Let's take a quick look at some of the science behind this. As you walk with your iPhone, the built-in motion sensors automatically measure how fast and how evenly you walk, the length of your steps, and the timing of each step, right down to how often you have both feet on the ground. Combined, these metrics provide powerful insight on changes in your balance, stability, and coordination. We used real-world data from the Apple Heart and Movement Study with over 100,000 participants across all ages. This is the largest data set ever used to study fall risk, and it's helped create this first-of-its-kind health metric. You can view your walking steadiness in the Health app. You'll see a classification of OK if the metrics show that you're stable while walking. You can see how your walking steadiness may change as the months go by and receive a notification if your steadiness is low or very low and you're at increased risk of falling. You can also learn how to improve your steadiness. There are movement exercises right in the Health app, and these can help you increase your strength and balance and reduce your risk of falling. Now back to Symbol to tell you about another way to monitor health changes.
You can already view lab results like your cholesterol right in the Health app. In the US alone, 14 billion clinical laboratory tests are performed each year. That is a lot of information to keep track of. When you see your own results come in, it can be hard to understand what these tests mean or what has changed. The Health app will now include detailed descriptions to help you better understand your lab data. For example, when you receive a cholesterol result, you can now see that the LDL is the bad cholesterol, and having too much may put you at risk for heart disease. You can also now see whether your labs are within expected ranges. Together, these views will help you get even more meaning from your lab results. Many health changes happen over time, so to better understand your health even more holistically, we're introducing Trends. You'll get insight on long-term changes across areas such as steps, resting heart rate, blood glucose, sleep, and much more. You'll also be alerted when there's a new trend in your data, which may be something you want to monitor more closely or even discuss with your physician. So if you're getting more daily walks in, your health summary will
I don't know
show
about y'all,
that
but
your
this is
steps
kind of
taken
rough
have
right now.
increased over the last
I don't know.
few
I'm
months.
just putting out
This
there.
is
I
a
feel
great
like
way
I
to
could just tweet
celebrate
it out.
progress towards meeting
I
your
can't
health
believe I'm
goals
watching
and a powerful new
AADC,
way to get early insight
the
into
Apple
potential health
Android
issues.
Developers Conference.
With Trends,
That's how I feel
walking
right now.
steadiness, and a better labs experience, you have 3 new ways to see changes in your overall health. Another really important part of managing your health is having meaningful conversations with your doctor. During your visit, physicians look at your vitals and labs, but will also ask you about everyday health activities like exercise and sleep. And patients can often have difficulty remembering all of these details, but the Health app has all of this valuable information. So, to support this conversation, you can now share health data that you choose with your healthcare provider in a private way. For example, if you have a concern about your heart health, you can now share your heart data. This is shared securely. No one else, including Apple, will see this information. Your doctor can then view this data directly from their electronic health record system and look for important trends such as changes in activity and a history of alerts like high heart rate.
Shake it off.
Access to this information helps give your doctor a more complete view of your everyday health outside of the clinic. We're so excited about this new capability to share your data from the Health app directly with your doctor. These electronic health record companies in the US will be the first to support this feature, and we look forward to expanding availability even more in the coming months. Now, for many of us, it's not just the changes in our own health we care about. It's the health of our family and loved ones too, whether they live with us or far away. For some of us, that means taking care of our
Maybe
kids,
they can,
and for others,
this is
it's
like
our
a
aging parents.
complete like miracle
and for many of
turnaround
us, it's actually taking care of both.
I think on a scale of 1 to 10, I feel like I'm at a 2 right now. I feel
To
defeated.
empower you to care for
iPadOS.
others, we're introducing health sharing.
Cool, but
a
it hurt.
private
Okay,
and
health
secure
sharing.
way to view health data, trends, and
Nice.
alerts for the people most important
what we
to you.
came for?
For example,
spend 20
I could
minutes on
set
the
up a
health
sharing
sharing?
relationship
That's
with
not
my
what I came here
mom,
for.
and with her permission, I could view data like her heart rate, activity, and labs. And just like with my own health data, Trends proactively highlights changes in my mom's health data for me. I can also receive notifications, including high heart rate alerts, changes in mobility, and more. And it's easy for me to connect with her about her health. So if I see a noteworthy change, like her resting heart rate increasing, I can simply tap messages and start a conversation with my mom. This is a powerful new way to stay connected to the well-being of those you love. You'll have peace of mind, and they'll know they have a trusted partner on their health journey.
I mean, I like this. I
Since
think
the beginning
it's
of
interesting.
our work in health, all of our
Especially
health
for families,
features have
people
been
who have older
architected to keep your data
relatives, but
secure and
sounds
protect
also
your
like
privacy.
a little intrusive, like,
Your
oh, your
health
heart
data
rate
is under
really
your
fast. Are you
control
okay?
and is
Maybe they're, like,
encrypted
just
in
having
transit and at rest.
fun.
The permissions built into the sharing experience give you granular control over which types of data you share and with whom. And you can make changes at any time right from the Sharing tab. Data you share is sent in an encrypted form, and Apple does not have access to any of this information. Privacy is fundamental in the design and development across all of our health features. We're so excited for what's coming in health. A first-of-its-kind metric to assess fall risk, richer insights to understand changes in your health, and completely new abilities for you to privately share selected data with your doctors and loved ones. Now I'll hand it over to Kevin to talk about watchOS.
Okay, maybe let's turn this around. Let's turn this around. This is your chance, Apple. This is your
Apple
chance.
Watch is already the most loved watch in the world.
We'll see.
It keeps you healthy,
Let's go.
active, and connected.
Let's go.
With features like fall detection, ECG, and cycle tracking, Apple Watch is an essential health companion. It motivates you to close your activity rings and transforms the way you stay fit. And staying connected to the people and things you care about most is easy with Apple Watch, all from your wrist. In watchOS 8, we're introducing more capabilities in each of these areas. Let's start with health. More than ever, people are realizing the importance of dedicating time to practice mindfulness. In fact, the Breathe app has grown in popularity, particularly over this last year. In watchOS 8, the Breathe app has been enhanced to give you more opportunities
Apple's
to
answer
slow
to
down
calm,
and be
everybody.
mindful, including a
Breathe
new
app
animation that has a beautiful look and feel to help you center and calm as you breathe.
Oh, it looks cooler, but you're closing your eyes.
We're
when
also
you say it.
introducing Reflect, a new way for you to be more mindful. For example, a reflection could be, think about something you love to do and why it brings you joy. A gentle animation helps you focus. And studies show that regular mindful moments like this can lead to increased positive emotions and overall psychological well-being. The reflected breathe sessions live in the new Mindfulness app. This will help you reduce stress and relax your body and mind. With the Sleep app, we introduced an entirely new way for you to meet your sleep goals and track metrics like time of sleep, heart rate, and even blood oxygen.
What about REM?
In watchOS 8, Apple Watch can track another key metric while sleeping, respiratory rate. This is a vital sign that measures how many breaths you take per minute.
Oh, this is good.
Since your
actually, for sleep
sleeping
apnea
respiratory
people.
rate tends to be consistent over time, a change may indicate a shift in your overall wellness. You'll be notified if a meaningful trend in your respiratory rate has been identified. And you can see even more details on respiratory rate in the Health app. Now I'd like to turn it over to Jules to tell you what's coming to help you stay active.
Oh, is Jules gonna dance again?
Apple Watch is the perfect companion to motivate
Dance
you
last
to
year's
be
like all
more
breaking
fit.
it down.
And watchOS 8 adds two of the most popular workout types that are great for bringing more mindful movement to your routine. First, a new Tai Chi workout. This Chinese martial
Tai
art
Chi!
is thousands of years old and is often described as meditation in motion. Its gentle approach can help reduce
I don't know
stress
if I ever use
and
that on
find a
this,
more
though.
peaceful state of mind. And a brand new Pilates workout type, which is one of the
Pilates.
best ways to develop core strength, posture,
I'm on Team
balance,
Peloton,
and flexibility.
so I don't know how much
Of
I'd
course,
use
another
these,
way people are
honestly.
staying fit is with Apple Fitness Plus.
Yeah,
The first service built entirely around Apple Watch.
Oh, that's funny looking.
We've heard from so many of our users how it's making a positive difference in their lives. And now, Fitness Plus is introducing a new series of workouts featuring Jeanette Jenkins, one of the most sought-after fitness experts. With 7 workouts focused on strength and high-intensity interval training, she's bringing the fire and her belief that all bodies are made to be strong. Because music is so key to the Fitness Plus experience, we're introducing a new Artist Spotlight series. Each workout features an entire
Peloton.
playlist
Definitely-
from Lady
definitely following
Gaga,
what Peloton
Jennifer
does with Artist
Lopez,
series.
Keith Urban, and Alicia Keys. The Artist Spotlight series and the new workouts with Jeanette will be available later this month.
Yo, they got Blackpink and BTS
With new
and
workout types
Beyonce on
and great new
Peloton.
Fitness Plus content, Apple
good.
Watch continues to be an incredible motivator to help you stay active and fit. Back to you, Kevin.
Honestly, Apple Fitness Plus is too sterile.
Let's talk
The-
about some new
the
features to
features
keep you
just
connected
so
to the people
controlled,
you
it's just
love.
too sterile.
Photos are a great way to relive your favorite moments and most precious memories. On Apple Watch, the Photos face is the most popular watch face. That's why watchOS 8 is bringing another great way to enjoy your favorite photos with the new Portraits watch face. It takes the great portrait photos from your iPhone and uses the segmentation data to create a multi-layered face
So
with
many
depth.
incremental things
You can
here.
make this
Nothing-
watch
nothing
face your
big.
own by
Nothing
adjusting
big.
the photo's composition and time placement to really make the subject stand out. This is really great to see live, so let me invite Chandra to show you a demo.
Do we really need a demo for this?
Thanks, Kevin. Your photo comes to life when you raise your wrist. And as you scroll the digital crown, you get a view of the dynamic composition that makes this watch face extraordinary. You're gonna love how this face keeps you connected when you can't be face to face. Speaking of photos, the Photos app itself has been completely redesigned. It now includes memory highlights, featured photos, in addition to your favorites. If I tap into this memory, I can scroll through the all-new mosaic layout. My daughter Wesley and I adopted our puppy Fondue last year and are missing her during the day. The new Photos app makes it simple for us to quickly reminisce. This picture from my memories is a good one. I'm gonna share it with Wesley to remind her we're not always missing Fondue's best moments. If I tap the share icon, you'll see that we now have support for sharing photos via
Hey, for all you
messages and
watching
mail
right now, I'd love to
directly
see
from
in the
my
chat,
watch.
scale of 1 to 10.
Let's get this over to Wesley.
Where are you at?
I'm gonna tap
How
Add
you're
Message
feeling
to show you that
with
we've made
the
it
Keynote
even
right now.
easier to
Pop it
compose
in
a
the
message.
chat. I want to see. I wonder where you're at. I'm
You
like
can
at
now
a 2-3
dictate,
right now, quite
scribble,
honestly.
and add emojis in the same view. I always find it easy to dictate my messages. Remember this? If I tap Scribble, I can edit my text in line by selecting and deleting what I'd like to change. And I can use the crown to move the cursor and add additional text. And what message is complete without emojis to get a point across? By tapping the emoji icon, I can add multiple emojis while in the Scribble view. watchOS 8 makes it easy to send the perfect message right from your wrist. That was quick. Wesley must have the puppy on the brain too. And with gifts now on Apple Watch, I can reply as comedically as I would from my iPhone. In the new app shelf, you'll find hashtag images. You can search for the perfect GIF or choose from your recents. I think a facepalm best captures how this photo makes me feel. And that's a look at what's coming in watchOS 8 to keep you connected to the people and puppies you care about most. And now, back to Kevin.
We think you're gonna love these new features in photos and messages. And of course, there's so much more,
just have to wait
including
for the
next
Apple
hour
Watch Series 7
precipitation,
because-
support for find items, and multiple timers.
Support for
watchOS
find
is the
items.
world's
Okay,
most
that's
advanced
actually
wearable
new.
operating system.
That's good.
And
Find items
watchOS
on
8
Apple
takes
Watch
it even
directly.
further with
I like
new
that.
features to help you stay healthy, active, and connected. And now, over to Craig.
Oh, their house studio. This thing is massive.
Let's talk about the home.
Highly concerned just
At
says,
Apple,
I feel punked.
we design our products for the home to embody
some
3
twos,
key
got some
attributes,
threes, got some
starting
twos,
with
some
being
negatives.
easy to use. We believe the technology in your
you're all
home
killing
should
me.
work for you, not the
Twos,
other
threes,
way
and
around.
fours.
And we
Score-wise.
design our products to work better together so that your iPhone, HomePod Mini, Apple TV, and other devices can leverage each other to deliver seamless experiences.
Even Craig is struggling
And
to do this.
everything we do is built to be private and secure, which is so important to all of us. With this foundation, we have a great set of features coming this year to make life at home more enjoyable.
This could be important. Let's see what
To tell you
happens
more, here's Ya.
Let's go, yeah.
At the heart of your smart home is HomeKit, seamlessly orchestrating and controlling your smart home accessories. And it all starts at your front door. With our new Home Keys feature, simply tap your iPhone or Apple Watch to securely unlock the door. Just like that. Now, sometimes when you get home, you just can't
Crazy
wait
studio.
to watch your favorite show. So we made that easier than ever. Starting this fall, you can ask Siri on HomePod Mini to play something on your Apple TV, completely hands-free.
Hey Siri, watch the latest episode of Mosquito Coast.
Here's season 1, episode 7.
They didn't mention
Mosquito
HomePod.
Coast.
They just said HomePod Mini because HomePod got discontinued.
For many of us, the only thing better than watching TV is watching TV with friends. As you heard from Craig earlier,
While
SharePlay
holding your
is going
phone.
to change the way you enjoy TV together.
You gotta hold your
You can watch it all on Apple TV, in sync with your friends on FaceTime,
They don't even show people doing it with
ensuring
an
everyone
iPad,
catches a
just
movie's
put it on
dramatic
your phone.
reveal
This
or
is
show's
fun. This is
punchline at the same
Trash
moment.
use case, guys.
And to make it easy to see everything your friends are talking about, the Apple TV app will now feature a new Shared With You row, highlighting all the great shows and movies your friends are sharing in messages. We also want to make it easier to decide what to watch as a group, especially if mom's into action movies Grandma loves sci-fi, and the teens can't get enough comedy.
Grandma loves sci-fi.
That's why we're introducing a new rule called For All of You, with a collection of shows and movies based on everyone's interests, perfect for family movie nights. And you can easily fine-tune the suggestions based on who's watching. Now, when you're ready to watch something, you want it to sound amazing. So this fall, you can select HomePod Mini as the speakers for your Apple TV 4K.
No.
With the power of
HomePod
computational
Mini
audio,
for audio
HomePod
to sound
Mini delivers
amazing?
rich,
Get outta here.
balanced sound and
Y'all,
crystal clear
that's
dialogue for
trash.
everything you watch.
That's a bad Apple. HomePod Mini?
HomePod Mini is perfect for any room, like
Are
the
you
kitchen,
kidding
where you
me?
can convert measurements, set a timer, or add to your grocery list. Of course,
just set
you
me
can
off.
always listen to Apple Music and other popular music services. And we're excited to add support for lossless audio in Apple Music later this year. Because we want more people to experience the magic of HomePod Mini, we're now making it available in even more countries and regions. In addition to everywhere we ship HomePod Mini today, we're bringing it to Austria, Ireland, and New Zealand this
I can't
month.
do this,
and
guys.
it'll be available in Italy by the end of the year. Also later this year, we'll begin bringing voice recognition everywhere HomePod Mini ships, giving each member of the home a personalized experience. So each person can ask Siri to send a message, set their own reminders, or hear a playlist curated just for them. We believe Siri is most powerful when it's available throughout your house, which is why we're so excited to bring Siri to third-party devices. For the first time, HomeKit accessory makers can enable Siri in their products, so you'll be able to talk to Siri on even more devices.
Hey Siri, set the dinner scene.
We've designed it so that your Siri requests flow to your HomePod without going to any third-party servers, providing the privacy you expect from Apple. Accessories-enabled Siri will be available starting later this year. And to make your smart home accessories work together seamlessly, we formed an alliance with other industry leaders to create a new smart home interoperability standard called Matter. It leverages the HomeKit technology we open-sourced last year, and we're excited to announce that support is coming in iOS 15. You can control HomeKit and Matter-enabled accessories with the Home app. It's available across your Apple devices, and this year, we're making the Home app even better on Apple Watch. You can tap Intercom to broadcast a message or quickly access the accessories you're most likely to need in that moment. You can even see what's going on around the house. With a HomeKit-enabled doorbell, it's easy to see who's at the door and greet them right from your wrist. HomeKit Secure Video uses the on-device intelligence of your Apple TV or HomePod Mini to alert you when people, animals, or vehicles are detected. And this year, we're adding package detection, so you know when a package has arrived. And we're adding new ways to take advantage of your cameras on Apple TV. While viewing a camera, you'll now be able to control nearby accessories, such as turning on the outdoor
cool.
lights. And you can even display multiple cameras at the same time, giving you a more complete view of what's happening around the house.
So
Those are just some of the great experiences we're bringing to the home this fall. With incredible new features like home keys, share play for shared viewing, and access to Siri in more places than ever before, your smart home has never been more capable. Back to Craig.
This is the only thing that's gonna save us. This is the only thing that could save us. This is the only thing
Let's
that could save
talk
us right
about
now.
macOS.
Please.
macOS has always been about the fusion of power and simplicity.
Let's go.
And with our current release, macOS Big Sur, we introduced a bold new design that gives users more control and huge updates for apps, all while making everything even easier to use. And when combined with the M1 chip, Big Sur delivers unmatched levels of performance and battery life. With people using the Mac more than ever, macOS has become an even bigger part of our daily lives. And our next release is focused on helping you do even more. But what should we call it?
What should
Well,
we call it?
that brings us to the latest exploits of our crack marketing team. With their annual Vision Quest postponed, our merry band of nomadic namers wandered aimlessly through the California hills before donning their technicolored wetsuits and immersing themselves in the inspiration of the beautiful rich waters of
Monterey!
macOS Monterey gives you the power to
Monterey.
accomplish more than ever
macOS Monterey.
and helps you work fluidly across all of your devices. The incredible features we talked about earlier are going to be great for the ways you work on Mac. Like the new capabilities in FaceTime, which help you look and sound your best while talking to coworkers or friends. With SharePlay, it's just plain awesome to watch movies and shows together on your stunning Mac display. Or share an app window as you collaborate on a project. Shared with You offers a totally new way to discover photos, articles, and more that people share with you over messages right in your Mac apps. And when you're working hard on Mac, you can choose a focus that syncs across all your devices, helping reduce distracting notifications so you can get the job done. Plus, Quick Note and Notes give you versatile new ways to capture and organize your thoughts. These powerful features are just fantastic on Mac, and we have even more new features that make it easier to work across all your devices, starting with continuity.
Let's go.
Every device we make is powerful in its own way.
The apps work on an iPad?
And when you use them together, you unlock new experiences that feel truly magical. This year, we've created a completely new way to work across your devices with greater precision and speed, and we call it Universal Control. With Universal Control, you can now use a single mouse and keyboard to move between your Mac and iPad for a seamless experience. Universal Control is so incredible, you just have to see it in action. Let me show it to you now. I'm putting the finishing touches on an illustration here on my iPad. It's the last piece I need to finish a presentation that I have open on my MacBook. Now, I'll just set my iPad down next to my Mac. And check this out. Without any other setup, I'm going to simply move my Mac cursor towards my iPad, and the iPad automatically recognizes it.
This is
magic. And if I move a bit further, boom, my cursor is now on the iPad. How cool is that?
That's cool. Great.
And now I can move my cursor back and forth effortlessly between the two.
If I use this.
Now it's easy to control my iPad with just the keyboard and trackpad on my Mac. For instance, I can click and close this document and flick on my trackpad to return to my iPad home screen. Of course, I can swipe between my pages of apps.
Talk about your brain melting.
And I can use my MacBook's keyboard to open Spotlight
iPad
and
commands
say, launch notes.
On the Mac
and
then
even
on the
use
iPad,
Command Tab to switch back to Procreate. This is really powerful. With Universal Control, I can even drag and drop files between my devices. I'm just going to take this drawing I finished on my iPad and drop it on the Keynote on my Mac. Awesome. For our pros out there, Universal Control works with more than 2 devices.
I just don't know
so
how many
let's
people are
add
gonna
this
be using it
iMac
like this.
into the mix.
Let's have
now I can use the
$5,000 of
trackpad
equipment.
on my MacBook to control my iMac as well. I can also switch to use my iMac's keyboard and mouse. And this is so cool. Watch this. Now, I have a title text image I've been working on here in Procreate on my iPad. Now I'm going to take this image and drag it across all 3 devices.
That's cool, but
and drop it in.
That's damn cool.
To Final Cut.
But are we really doing
just
that?
like that? Let's see the final product.
I think from one device to one is. What
That's
about
a quick look
iPad
at
directly
Universal
to iMac?
Control on macOS Monterey.
I gotta imagine that works as well.
Universal
cool.
Control makes it effortless to move between your devices,
don't know if I'd
so you can be
actually use
more
that.
productive and focus
Maybe
your
when I'm on the
energy
road.
on the task at hand.
Messing with the iPad.
Another way our devices work great together is with AirPlay. We all love the way AirPlay lets us watch a movie or share a presentation from your iPhone to a TV, just like that. But there's another screen with its stunning Retina display that makes everything you watch simply amazing. That's why we're introducing AirPlay to Mac. It works just like AirPlay today, so it's instantly familiar. You can play, present, and share just about anything. As you draw a sketch on iPad, your colleagues can follow along on the bigger display. And you can even take advantage of any Mac's high-fidelity sound by using it as an AirPlay speaker.
It does need a little more bass, though, I
AirPlay
would
brings
say.
your Mac to life in whole new ways.
It's better than
With
2
macOS
HomePod minis for
Monterey,
home
your
theater.
devices work together like never before, making it more fluid to work across them. And we're not just reinventing how you work between devices.
This is cool.
We're also giving you powerful new tools to get more work done on your devices. The Mac has a long, deep history of automation
people
with
code on
command
iPad?
line, shell scripts, Apple Script, and Automator. And on iOS, we've made automation even
Beyond the
easier
Swift?
with shortcuts. Shortcuts take all the taps and swipes you usually need to order your favorite lunch and makes it as simple as tapping a button or asking Siri. Shortcuts is all about helping you get more done faster because you can let your device do the work for you. And this year, we're bringing shortcuts to the Mac. The Mac is, after all, where we turn for so much of our creative work. And now you can automate the everyday stuff to achieve peak productivity. You get access to a rich gallery of pre-built shortcuts designed
and I just
just
never
for
really
Mac.
used it.
You can set up a
so-
shortcut to instantly share selected files with your friends so they never miss a moment. And with the Shortcuts editor, you can easily link together a series of actions to design shortcuts for your specific workflows. For instance, if you're a designer, get right to work with a shortcut that opens Pinterest in one window, Affinity Photo in another, and start your favorite playlist in Apple Music, all in one click.
That's cool.
We've weaved shortcuts throughout macOS, so you can run them no matter what app is open.
Make a
They're in
GIF.
Finder, Menu Bar, Spotlight, and of course, you can ask Siri to run them hands-free. Shortcuts is the future of automation on Mac, and this is just the start of a multi-year transition. Automator will continue to be supported, and you can import Automator workflows into Shortcuts beginning day one. With
I don't know how
Shortcuts,
often
there
I
are
use it, but I
more
do think
ways
it's really
than ever
cool.
to create,
So,
express
thumbs
yourself,
up. I hear
and
that. I
get
like that.
stuff
I
done.
dig it.
Finally, we have some really big news about an app that's central to the Mac experience.
No, I thought-
Safari.
They tricked
We
me.
built Safari
I thought
from
it
the
was
very
something else.
beginning to provide the best browsing experience on Mac. And it continues to blow the competition out of the water. Safari is the world's fastest browser. It makes navigating even the most complex websites lightning fast. And Safari is known for its legendary power efficiency. On an M1 MacBook Pro, Safari users can get up to 17 hours of browsing. And of course, Safari sets the bar for user privacy on the web with features like Privacy Report and intelligent tracking prevention. Our users are doing more in the browser than ever before. Work, school, shopping, entertainment. And that often leaves them with a lot of tabs, windows, and other distractions. We think using the browser should feel natural and uncluttered. So we've reimagined the browsing experience. We distilled the toolbar to its essential elements.
Cleaner browser.
Tabs are more compact, modern, and lightweight. And there's a completely new way to use
completely
tabs
revamped.
with tab groups. They allow you to easily save and manage your tabs without cluttering up your tab bar.
Ooh, interesting. So
I'll hand it to Beth to show
they
it in
want us to
action.
memorize more hotkeys than anything else?
Thanks, Craig. Let's start with Safari's gorgeous new tab design. All of my tabs are right here in the new streamlined tab bar. One of the really cool things that we did this year is we built the search field right into the active tab. Safari is more space efficient than ever, and I can see more of the page. I can click on the active tab to see the page's full address, and then I can search right from here. Reader is in the tab bar whenever I need it, and everything else is right here in the More menu. Check this out. As I switch tabs, the tab bar takes on the color of the site that I'm viewing, so it feels like a part of the page.
That's kind of cool.
It looks beautiful. Next, I'm so excited to tell you about tab groups. Tab groups are an easy and lightweight way to save your tabs and pick them back up later. I'll open the new redesigned sidebar, and I have a few tab groups here already. Each of these groups is a whole set of tabs.
I mean, yes.
I use them for meal planning, for news, and for gift shopping. Here in my open tabs, I'm planning a road trip to Los Angeles, and I'm not done with my research yet. I can save these into a tab group and come back to it later. I'll click the new tab group button and call this Trip to LA. What's so powerful about tab groups is that they're on all my devices. I've got my MacBook here, and look, my new tab group is here already. As I make changes to my tab groups, they update everywhere. I'm gonna open a bunch of tabs, and my iMac just keeps up. And if I
keeps
change
up.
my current tab, my tab group is always up to date and I never miss a thing. I can't wait to share these trip ideas with my family. And I can just drag this tab group into an email and send it off. Once you start using tab groups, we know you're going to want to get to them all the time. So we made it super easy to switch from right here in the tab bar. That's the new Safari on Mac. We didn't stop there though. Back to Craig to tell you more.
They're like, oh yeah,
Thanks,
we
Beth.
don't want to see your plugins
When
all
we
over
were
the
designing
place.
the new tab experience, we wanted to build something that worked consistently when you switch from your Mac to your iPhone or iPad. On iPad, the new tabs and tab bar work just like they do on Mac.
Okay.
Tab groups are especially helpful on iPad, and the instant syncing means you can continue a project from anywhere. On iPhone, we've done something really special. We took all the thinking that went into Mac and iPad and pushed the envelope even further. For this smaller screen size, we're introducing something that's easier to reach and maximizes the page on screen. The new tab bar appears with just a tap, and it's directly under your thumb. And when you scroll, the bar moves seamlessly out of the way. It's now easier and more natural to access your other tabs, too. You can just swipe over the tab bar to move quickly between them, or swipe up the tab bar to reveal a brand new grid view of all your tabs, plus your tab groups. When you get to the end of your tabs, you can swipe again to open a new one. And the new customizable start page syncs with Mac, so you have the same Safari experience everywhere. There's one last feature that we're really excited to share: extensions. Mac users love to deeply customize Safari with extensions like Grammarly, Honey, and Momentum.
Ooh, I use Grammarly.
And now we're bringing web extensions to iPhone and iPad. Just like on Mac, you choose what websites you want extensions to be active on. And developers can easily tap into an entirely new audience because these extensions can share code with existing Safari web extensions. This is a huge year for Safari. A totally new tab design and tab groups simplify your browsing. And Safari is more customizable than ever with the new start page and extensions on iOS and iPadOS.
Okay.
And with that, we have macOS Monterey. It's a fantastic release with great new features that help Mac users do more than ever.
11:33.
You can work
Are they gonna
across
do
Mac
anything
and your
else,
other
or
devices using
are we
Universal
done
Control and AirPlay to Mac. It's easy to
I
get
don't know.
productive and creative using shortcuts and the totally new design for
a 2-hour
Safari,
thing with some new
along with
hardware?
incredible features like SharePlay, Shared with You, Focus, and Quick Note. We do have more we'd like to talk about, but first, let's get out of here.
Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Please.
Probably should have just taken the car. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've made incredible advances in macOS and across all of our platforms this year. These are going to be awesome for users. They also create new opportunities for our developers, the heart and soul of WWDC. And to tell you about the new developer features and technologies we've been building to help
Hey,
you
this is
take your apps to
WWDC.
the next
Okay, it's
level,
for the developers.
here's our
Gotta
VP
show them
of
love.
WWDR, Susan Prescott.
It's such a privilege to come together with our developer community and to connect with your creative energy. Over the course of the week, Apple engineers are going to share all kinds of exciting new technologies and features that we think you're going to love. And there are a few announcements that we just couldn't wait to share. APIs that'll help you create even more incredible
Probably no hardware
apps.
today. Just letting y'all know.
Swift features that make the language both easier
Doesn't make this
and more
a
powerful.
failure, but
and App
just
Store
no
features
hardware.
that'll help you better
But
connect
we'll have lots
with
to
users.
talk about everything that
Let's start with APIs. And there are a lot of new APIs this year, like the ones for SharePlay that make it possible to build new shared experiences for iPhone, iPad, Mac, and Apple TV. And system-level enhancements like voice isolation, wide spectrum audio, and portrait mode that can work in any video conferencing app. New APIs for focus and notifications, a new extra-large widget size for iPad, the Screen Time API, always-on apps for watchOS, new advanced rendering APIs in Reality Kit. And we've gone even further in this release to make it easy for all developers to create realistic 3D objects with Object Capture. Object Capture is a revolutionary new API on macOS. Rather than manually creating 3D models, which can take weeks, Object Capture uses photogrammetry to turn a series of 2D images into photorealistic 3D objects in just minutes. Leading developers like Maxon and Unity are already using Object Capture to unlock entirely new ways of creating 3D content. It's as simple as taking photos of an object on your iPhone or iPad, then importing them into Cinema 4D to create a lifelike 3D model. For the first time, developers can generate an AR preview of the model to ensure they've captured what they need while on location. And Wayfair is using Object Capture to develop tools for their manufacturers, so they can use an iPhone and Mac to easily create a virtual representation of their merchandise.
Yo, this is sick.
This
Not
will
for me,
allow
but this
Wayfair
is
users
sick.
to preview more products in their homes with AR to make sure they choose the right product for their space. This is a massive step forward for 3D content creation. What used to be the most difficult and expensive part of building AR experiences in 3D scenes is now available to all developers in macOS Monterey. Object capture and all of the APIs we've talked about today are built on the Swift programming language. Swift has made a huge impact on our app ecosystem, and today, the majority of the top 1,000 apps are built using Swift. To tell you about the improvements we're making this year, here's Ted.
Thanks, Susan. We designed Swift to make it easy to create great apps. It has an approachable, modern syntax, incredible runtime performance, and safety features that eliminate whole categories of programming errors. In recent years, we've worked with the Swift open source community to build tons of new features that make Swift easier and more powerful. And this year, one of the biggest features we're building into Swift is concurrency. Concurrency is one of the most requested features for Swift, and it's key to building apps that are responsive to user input while doing work in the background. Concurrency also makes it dramatically easier to write code that does work in parallel, so your app can take full advantage of multi-core processors. Without language features that simplify concurrency, you need to write asynchronous code that's hard to write, hard to understand, and hard to debug. Our approach to concurrency in Swift builds on the same core principles of Swift itself, making it easier to write fast, modern, safe code with fewer mistakes. We built structured concurrency deep into the Swift language and use the common async await pattern combined with a technology called actors. This means you can write code as a simple sequence of steps, with actors safely isolating parallel tasks from one another. So building code for concurrency goes from something complicated, like this, to something simple, like this. That kind of power and simplicity is what Swift is all about. And we're excited to share more with you this week. Now, back to Susan.
We created Swift and all of these other technologies and frameworks for one reason, to help you build the best possible apps. And the best place to discover those apps is on the App Store.
That's right.
To tell you about some of the
guys and
exciting
gals.
features we've been working on, here's Anne.
Okay. Hi, Anne.
Since the beginning, we designed the App Store to be a safe and trusted place. Users can just focus on finding the right app, knowing Apple has reviewed every app to make sure it meets our high standards for security, privacy, and
You find
safety.
less based on just what they force
And
feed
that's
you.
why the App Store now serves nearly 600 million weekly visitors in 175 countries and regions, making it a great business opportunity for all developers and an engine for innovation and growth. And Apple has now paid over $230 billion to developers since the App Store launched. Today, we're introducing some incredible new ways to help developers like you reach even more users, starting with the app product page. This year, you'll be able to create multiple custom product pages to showcase different features of your app for different users. You can also try out different screenshots,
So for everyone
videos,
watching, I mean, we're really in
and
the section
even
where this
app
is more all about
icons
for the
to
developers.
understand
So
what users like
it's kind of cool to
most.
see some of this stuff.
These improvements will give you even more ways to tell the world about your app. It's also important to showcase the dynamic things happening inside your apps. The most popular apps and games are constantly introducing new content and limited time events, like Pokemon Go Fest, film premieres like In the Heights, and Nike Fitness Challenges. Events across the entire app ecosystem help users find the next big thing. This year, we're introducing new ways to discover amazing events like these. We call them in-app events. With in-app events, the dynamic content and experiences within apps will be front and center on the App Store, so users never miss a big moment. And this is huge for developers. In-app events can be surfaced throughout the store to millions of users, whether they're brand new to the app or they use it every day. You can showcase them on your app's product page. Users can learn more, sign up to be notified, or quickly join the action if it's happening now. They can discover events with personalized recommendations. And in search, our expert editors will curate the best and biggest events. And the new App Store widget will feature upcoming events right on the home screen.
With in-app events, the App Store continues to be the best place to discover what's happening in apps and games. And this will be open to all developers, whether they already have events or they're just getting started. And now I'll hand it back to Susan.
There's something else we're doing this year, and it's going to take app development to the next level.
Next level.
It integrates the cloud with our developer tools in a powerful new way, and it's called Xcode Cloud. Today, creating an app requires multiple steps: building, testing, and delivery, and a number of different tools. Xcode Cloud simplifies the workflow by bringing everything together. So as an individual developer, you can focus your energy on being creative, and development teams can collaborate more effectively. Here's how it works. When you commit a change to your code, Xcode Cloud can automatically build the app. Because it's built in the cloud, your Mac is free for other tasks. And for teams, everyone can see if the change introduces errors so everyone can find and fix issues faster. Then, Xcode Cloud runs your automated tests in parallel so they complete in a fraction of the time, even as they simulate running on every kind of Apple device and platform. And the test results are displayed in Xcode, so you can easily see what worked and fix what didn't. Finally, once the app passes all its tests, Xcode Cloud can automatically distribute it to the testers on your team and even external beta testers with TestFlight. And all of these essential continuous integration and delivery features are right there in Xcode. So you can work without switching tools, and you can stay focused on your code. Xcode Cloud is the quickest, easiest way to build, test, and deliver your apps. And it's built with advanced security to protect you and your projects. Your source code is only used in a temporary build environment, and the only things Xcode Cloud stores are the products of the build. Xcode Cloud and TestFlight make it easy to distribute betas to users on iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, and Apple TV. And we want Xcode Cloud to be able to automatically distribute beta apps across all Apple platforms. To make that happen, we're bringing TestFlight to the Mac. So you can use TestFlight to easily test your Mac apps, including features like in-app purchases. Xcode Cloud is incredibly powerful, and we can't wait for you to use it and see how it will help you to build better apps faster. We'll be providing access to a limited beta starting today, and expanding access to this free beta throughout this summer and fall. And Xcode Cloud will be available to all developers next year. We'll provide more details on pricing and availability this fall. We're really excited about these announcements, and these are just some of the highlights. We continue to innovate with the App Store and tools and technologies to help you do extraordinary things. And we're going to be telling you even more in sessions throughout the week. Now, back to Tim. But first, much better. Take it home, Tim.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Craig. And thanks to all of our presenters. What a big day of announcements and innovations for our users and our developers. We took giant steps forward with all of our software platforms, and they will enable our users and developers to do remarkable things.
Lots to talk about, y'all.
Our OS releases will be available as developer betas today, and each of them will have a public beta next month. And all of this incredible software will be available to all of our users this fall. I am so excited for these new releases and how they will make our products even more powerful and more capable. They will provide users new ways to enrich their lives and developers new tools to change the world. We hope you've enjoyed today's event and that you're excited for the week ahead. For those developers who want to take a deeper dive into our announcements, we have the Platform State of the Union coming up later today.
I think that's at 2
And we have a week full of in-depth sessions and one-to-one labs with Apple engineers. We will also provide pavilions, daily recaps, and other experiences to help you get the most out of the conference. Thank you for joining us. Let's have a great week.
All right, my friends. So there you go. That is WWDC 2021. Maybe it wasn't what we were all expecting. Maybe the hype machine got to us. I mean, I think, I don't know if this is the case, but in a weird way, I'm not saying they're doing things to spite the leakers, but in a weird way, look, we had just heard maybe even just a few days before that we would see hardware, and we didn't, and that's okay because this is WWDC. I'm not going to criticize Apple and be hard on them for what didn't come out because we were hoping it would come out from the rumor mills. That's not what we're trying to do. But I'd love to hear, we're going to do a whole recap. I'd love to hear what you all thought about the keynote itself. What you can do here is obviously be a part of our post show. People are coming back, which I love, to break this all down. What stood out? What was a letdown? I want to hear from you. I have my own thoughts, but down in the description of the video, you know the phone number to call. It's 844-811-9561. That's how you get in the call. The call lines are already filled. We're 7 deep already out of 10 spots, so we're going to jump to those. But I will say this, I'm not even mad that there's not a MacBook Pro. Am I disappointed? Yeah, but it was never even confirmed to come. And Apple's kind of now shown us that they're holding true to WWDC being about software and for the developers. And that's great because, I mean, even seeing some of those nuggets at the end for developers was cool to kind of get some insight. But was this, forget about the MacBook Pro now, right? That's done. It's non-existent. But with what you saw from the software from iPhone, iPad, Apple Watch, tvOS, HomeOS, what would you rate this? You know, in the comments, I'd love to hear. Would you give it anywhere from a scale of a 1 to 10 score? What I would like people to do when I go to you on the phone is tell me what score you would give the keynote and why. Before we do that, I'm going to touch on a couple points here. The biggest, there were some highlights, but the biggest letdown of the keynote has to go to the iPad. iPadOS, you know, had some nice new features, but they legitimately did nothing to take advantage of putting an M1 in the freaking iPad Pro with 16 gigs of RAM on a 1 terabyte. That is disappointing. These are first world problems that we have, but you know, nothing significantly changed. Like the multitasking operation is actually more simple and more deliberate. So I'm okay with that. I think in the past, dragging things up and trying to fit it perfectly, even people like myself who have really good dexterity and great fingers would screw it up. So having that little tab on the top to touch it makes a difference. But the iPadOS, for a game-changing product with so much stuff inside here, to not show us that they're, I feel like, you know, those software features that they showed us could exist on any iPad, quite honestly, from the past 3 or 4 years. That is not enough for me, especially whether you're an iPad Pro owner or not. I think you're disappointed by that specifically. iPhone, the reality is that I jokingly call this AADC for Apple Android Developers Conference, at least that first half, because it's going to be new to Apple users and they're going to really enjoy these features. But I did feel a lot of them are so subtle that I don't think that I'm going to be actually shifting my usage that much with all the stuff that we saw. So I don't know how you feel. The chat room is blowing up. Everyone, look, if you're frustrated about no M1X MacBook Pro that quite honestly everyone on planet Earth talked about, hey, time to squash that. It didn't happen. It wasn't guaranteed to happen. That was the rumors. So don't be mad about that. If you are frustrated, tell me what you're frustrated about. But if you're excited about this, I also want to hear that. I think that the universal, was it universal control? That was like sorcery. And I don't exactly know how I'll use that in my workflow where, you know, you got an iPad next to a Mac or next to a MacBook Pro and you just move that cursor over and control it. And then, yeah, there are little different hotkeys to control the different devices. I'm really trying to think as a creator, if I'm the type of person who's doing digital graphics and art on an iPad remotely and then bring it into projects, I think that makes sense. For me, though, as a video editor, it doesn't really do much. So that's just me. But I think that universal control was one of the types of things or more of those type of things were like, damn, like you can do this with the ecosystem, but then that probably maybe appeals to maybe 10% of the user base. It might even be smaller than that. But I still like to see those big, grandiose, wild, crazy ideas. Okay, so let me make sure that our phone lines are open and operating. I believe, let's see here. Are they still rolling? They are still going. Okay, so let's do this. If you had other things you want to talk about, that's fine, but I'd really like you to focus on what you gave the overall keynote scale of 1 to 10 score. And then we have so many callers here. Let's talk about one thing that you were either excited about or let down about, and we'll get to you. Okay, so let's start this off. It looks like our friend named Jim is here. Jim, can you hear me from the 651? Welcome to the show, my friend.
Hey, how's it going, Brian?
What's up, man? Thank you so much. Where are you calling from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Love it. So we're here at WWDC 21's Aftermath show. People are here to talk about it, to vent, to let things go. So I'd love to hear kind of what you wanted to talk about, and what's first of all, what did you rate the actual keynote?
I'd give it a solid 7.
Okay, nice.
It's a developers conference.
Yes, sir.
I'm a developer.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, through this whole thing, I've been staring at a 50-inch screen with, tons of CLIs open, different stacks open. Like, I mean, that's what we do. If you go back and you look at the old Steve Jobs film, he never paid homage to anybody or anything that made the products actually work. It was like all about hardware. And back in the day, they didn't even have WWDC. Like, it was all in-house. Nobody talked about it. Nobody got paid any attention. I think it's good that they start separating hardware from actual software and what's actually going on in the background. And I think they give a little bit of tribute to those people who are developing. And obviously, there's a fine line between what you're showing your consumers and what you're telling your programmers. And that's why people, they attend these events and go there all week long. So I think it was a pretty solid thing. They really showed, they released all the M1s and now they're really just kind of putting it all together. They're showing you how the software integration is going to work. I know that you said for one portion, you're like, I don't really see the benefit of moving like a mouse from, this iPad or this Mac over to an iMac. Like, I use that all the time. Like, it was a godsend when Apple finally made the copy paste between two devices.
That was huge.
Like that, because
yes.
I'll literally get code and somebody will send it in a chat message on one computer that's logged in through a secure company's VPN, with their profile. And now I can just drag and copy the code back over to the other machine and continue my workflow. So I think that's a really big win for developers and people who use that. So, yeah, I thought it was a really good time. And I just wanted to give you a nugget. If you guys ever want to know if Apple is releasing hardware, you can go to apple.com/support/system status. And if you see the App Store or the Apple Store, or if you see the Apple Store within the iOS down 3 minutes before the event, that's a really good key to know that there's hardware coming.
Jim with the insider scoop. Hey, you know what, Jim, I do appreciate you calling as a developer. Like, I did, I do want to make sure, like, when I was watching it, I still have to think of where, for me, I'd use universal control. But what I appreciate is that as it being developer conference and as you being a developer, you basically saying, hey, this works for me. And so that's the point of people calling in, and so that we get these different diverse perspectives, because I would say arguably, I don't know what percentage of people watching this right now are actual developers versus consumers. Maybe it's arguably maybe only 10 to 20% of the audience, but it's important to hear that you enjoyed it because of those things specifically for you. So I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, thanks. I'll let you get to other calls. Have a good one. Longtime fan.
Thank you.
And I just wish you luck in the future.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, Jim. And we'll talk to you soon. All right. We'll see you at the next keynote. Yep.
Yep. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you. All right, so there you go, Jim from Minnesota mixing it up for us. That's why we have the calls. I didn't know what he was going to talk about, and maybe he's kind of turned some of your minds around. Like, hey, this is cool. I think universal control is absolutely cool, though. So let's go here. It looks like I have a call from the 529. I'm not sure if this is Jesus or not, but welcome to the show. If you can tell us your name and where you're from, let's go.
Hello, Brian. What's up? I'm really thrilled to be on the show. It's surreal. So thank you for having me. My name is Jesus Afra, and I'm from Cancun, Mexico. So another international caller.
Yes. All right. We represent the world. This is the World Wide Web. This is the
Yes.
interwebs. So Jesus, love to hear, first of all, your rating of the event personally.
Personally, I would give it a 5.
Okay.
WWDC has been my favorite event. In fact, I only started watching around 2 years ago, and maybe we shouldn't underplay these updates because the last few updates have been kind of boring, yes, but I'm sure that Craig Federighi and his team worked countless hours on the development. But yeah, otherwise, there really isn't much to be excited about.
What was it that made it? Were you expecting hardware though, or you didn't think that the software upgrades really change how you would use the devices? I mean, why would you give it a 5? That's all I just want to get to.
Well, I guess I thought there might be a possibility for there to be hardware at this event because we have seen it before. However, I think that the overall software that was introduced wasn't really as useful as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, I think, for me, thanks so much for calling. I appreciate that. I wanted to, get a lot of people a quick reaction because I do want to make a distinction here. Just because there was no hardware because we read the rumor blogs and covered it doesn't mean it was a bad event. Okay, so I don't want people to just really be over-focused on it. I'd love to hear if you were let down by it. That's okay. But, if we're just saying if most of us are saying we didn't like it because there's no hardware, well, we were never promised hardware, and it is WWDC. I think one thing that stood out to me that I was kind of like, what am I going to do with this? When they talked about a lot of the different share play features, which is good and cool, I'm going to focus on this FaceTime share play because they talked about, share an experience, watch videos with someone and along the way. And they used it on an iPhone every time. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to hold my iPhone up while I'm watching a TV show or a movie for an extended period of time. Like, nowhere did they show it mounted on anything. Nowhere did they show even an iPad using this. I just think that the way that they represented that specific feature was bogus, not bogus, but I'm not going to hold a phone up like that any longer than 5 to 10 minutes. And so I thought the share play is nice. I think even when they showed it on a desktop, in this picture here, you have your FaceTime camera integrated into it in the corner. That's good. They showed images of it on a desktop where it was like a completely separate window with space around. I'm like, okay, that's not a good I'd at least put you in the corner. Don't make it 2 separate actual viewing windows. So I thought that was kind of awkward as well. I'm just not going to share play a movie or TV show while holding my phone. So I'm not sure why that was kind of the use case that they really, really wanted us to see. All right, we're going to jump into another call. We're going to stick around here probably till, I'll say around 12:20, 12:30. We're going to stick around for about half an hour. Again, we want to move through the calls, so if you can give us your rating for the event and then maybe one talk point, and then we'll get right through to you. We got my girl, Emily from Florida. I believe Emily calls almost every keynote. Emily, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Brian?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for calling.
Okay. I would give the event overall about a 6, kind of in between where the callers have been so far, and above where the chat was the last time I saw it.
The chat gets crazy.
The chat gets a little lit, but that's okay.
We love it.
So I, again, sort of on an ongoing theme, I would go back to what I'm excited about is the implementation for the way they did some of the features, like the notes feature, like the health features. I think once those are really implemented, and with the watch and the biometrics that you get there, that's going to really make a difference for people. I'm also excited about the iCloud Plus features, integrating things like the VPN and the legacy, whatever they called it, thing.
Yeah, basically, if for people that are watching, I don't remember the exact name, but it was like a legacy feature where if you pass on, you have contacts that can then acquire your information and data. I don't know what extent. I'm guessing you can choose what they can get. They mentioned photos, and I'm like, some people may not want everyone to see all their photos, so let's be careful about that feature specifically. But yes, that was like the
Private
legacy
album.
feature. Yeah.
And hopefully, but there is also, if you're already gone, then how mad can your spouse really get? Like, what's that really going to do? But But anyway, that's kind of TMI.
Real world applications here. Real world applications. What happens?
Exactly. But again, implementation is a big deal, and one of the things that we tend to forget, I think, a lot of times is, even though the features are not really new, and I agree with you and a lot of people in the chat that like the first 30 minutes-ish of the event, especially the photos and that kind of stuff, that really didn't need to be Keynote level stuff. I mean, come on, those are nice features, and yes, we know they've already been in Android for however long, but if you're in the ecosystem, the way that like all the features can be combined with iCloud, with universal control, with everything together, really nobody but Apple has the systems in place to really optimize that and to really curate and control the user experience. And love it or hate it and make comments about walled garden all you want, but let's be real. If you sign up to use Apple products primarily and you're on iCloud especially, you're here for the ecosystem. The hardware's nice and we like the shiny. All of us do. But we're here for the ecosystem. And once you're in the ecosystem, or even when you're not, is there another... There's really, on like a cross-platform like Mac computer versus to watchOS to iPad, there really is not a direct competitor at this point.
You're right.
Because, I mean, who else uses a non-iPad tab at this point?
Yeah. And, I think to your point, right, you also remind me of how a lot of people, some people will write in my messages and complain about, quote unquote, the Apple tax. And yes, Apple typically is more expensive, but there is value to that ecosystem that matters. And not only does it keep people, locked into it, which Apple wants to, because they want to give you so many things that you just can't leave. But I think there is, I'm not saying the Apple, quote unquote, the Apple tax is accurate across all products for, here's an extra $100 because the ecosystem benefits. I'm not even putting a price on it, but I'm just saying that there is a benefit for how these devices talk and some of the things that they do that no other ecosystem can do right now. And so even if they take some features that come from Android and bring it in, there's going to be a lot of users that have never experienced that. And I know as people who follow tech and love tech, we do tend to roll our eyes. But when my mom gets, let's say out of all of these features, I'm guessing the kind of the spatial audio benefits will help her, and maybe some of the sharing features. And if those two features that she never used before enhance her experience, and she's in the ecosystem for the general consumer, that's actually a win, right? We're more fixated on maybe wanting 20 different things that we have heard about or know about or are rumored about in this kind of tech bubble space versus what someone like my mom or dad will want and use. So I think it's just a good point that you made about kind of, no other platform has all these benefits. So I'm there with you, Emily. So thank you so much for calling. I really appreciate it. Every time you show up for the post show, I feel it. I feel you.
And like you said on the last event, your mom was more interested in Apple tags than any other device in a while, and that's something that only Apple can do at this point.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Take care, Emily. We'll talk to you soon, okay? All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Emily from Florida calling in. Let's take another call. Let's also in the chat, I mean, you guys are blowing it up. We're going to keep on taking your calls. If you want to be a part of this show, scroll down on the description of the video here on our live stream. If you don't, because my graphic didn't work, remember this number by heart, 844-811-9561. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pound through more calls. Let's try and make them a little tighter, faster. That's up to me, just so we can get to more people's, more voices. Once in a while, I'll drop in and just talk about maybe what mattered or didn't matter to me. But we're going to start here from the 614. I don't know if this is Kushal again, but the call software said Crystal.
Yes, it is.
And I know that the call software doesn't always get it right, and I'm like, I think this is Kushal. And I was right.
Yes, it is.
So, Kushal, thanks again for calling back. Rating score, and then maybe why you enjoyed it or why you were kind of...
5 or 6.
Yeah.
5 or 6.
As a consumer.
So I loved the first part of it, especially the share view, whatever it was, and the iCloud.
Yeah.
Because I'm already paying for the 2 terabytes. Apple sucks that way, so since I'm already paying for the 2 terabytes at no additional cost, the VPN especially the VPN is a great feature.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for the Mac, maybe there still is. John from Front Page Tech did say there's a media briefing after this, so maybe there is a Mac coming up.
I mean, we don't know exactly what's going to happen until it happens, so we'll wait and see. I think as my whole goal here is just kind of bring a little more measured approach, because we cannot base our judgments 100% off of just the fact that the MacBook Pro didn't get announced because it was rumored to. And I in a way, like I said, I think Apple might have, in a flip of, let's call it genius, but I don't want to say genius, but I just did. Imagine if you're a company like Apple who's built a whole bunch of hype, who is now leaning on the momentum that the leakers have given you, because a lot of people showed up for WWDC that probably would not have if all they heard was software improvements. I think the MacBook Pro was dangling there for everyone like you. I mean, I was juiced about it. Everyone's like, oh, MacBook Pro. And guess what? Most people that were in that camp, which was a lot, stayed all the way through, even to the developer points that were made for developers, still hoping. And so, I think it's fun. I don't know what they did behind the scenes to make the decision, but I could only imagine that because these leaks are getting just ridiculously accurate and good, that I was like, okay, you know what? We're gonna throw your scent off a little bit. You might think it's coming. Maybe it was coming, but we changed our mind a few days before. Like, they can do that. And so maybe that's what they did. I don't know. I think it's fun.
Yeah, and it makes the whole chasing Apple products and Apple events fun.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, Kushal, I'm going to keep on going through the calls, but thank you so much, my friend. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right. Actually, I just have one more recommendation before I go.
Yes?
I ended up staying on this call just because I could watch the live thing and I wouldn't have the double echo during the stream. So maybe you could have on Twitch or a second live stream with just your voice or your voice and not the stream audio in the background.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Just my voice and not the... I guess I could. It would just be hard. I would have to figure that out. But I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It's hard to sync it. It's hard. You know what it is the fact that I just provide the audio, I just let people decide if they want to stick or not. Of course, I'd love to show the broadcast. I could, but then they're just going to take down my YouTube channel, which doesn't make sense. So.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
All right, Kushal. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, that's it. All right, thank you.
See ya. Okay, I did kind of accidentally cut him off. Let's get to Corbin, my man, calling back, bringing the good stuff. Corbin, I know you called in earlier, so what would you rate this keynote, and what stuck out to you or what didn't?
Heck yeah, bro, I'm back. I'd give it a 4.
Okay.
Honestly, because, and here's why. Because the iPadOS, all right? So we get this M1 iPad Pro, and everybody's hyped about it, and they're like, oh, yeah, everybody's thinking, oh, yeah, big stuff coming for iPadOS. And then they just drop us with boring, a little bit of home screen refinement and no updates to the M1, or no advancements with the software in coordination with the M1 processor.
Not a single one. Not a single one. Not anything that says we wanted to utilize the power in the Apple M1 iPad Pro, and this is what it can do.
And you know what? I give that a bad apple.
Man, I'm gonna work on bringing my soundboard device so I can just, when people want to call out bad apples, I can just hit a little button and you can hear we'll work on that. Production. I'm a one-man production team here, so I'm juggling a lot of things, but I like where you're thinking.
You're
I like
doing great. You're doing great.
Thanks, bro. But yeah, keep on expanding about the iPad Pro, please, just a little bit more. I know you have more thoughts.
Yeah. So, I don't know if they didn't say this in the event, but I don't know. I'll have to get the beta, but maybe they did unlock the 5 gigs of RAM. In that case, that would be good. But, they didn't talk about any of that stuff.
Yeah.
At all.
And also, look, doing widgets on the iPad Pro, it's not like that was anything new or compelling to us, meaning we had seen it in iOS. We were actually not happy that you couldn't have that same level of control on an iPad. They finally bring it to us, but it wasn't like something so revolutionary, right? That is kind of what should have probably honestly happened in the first generation. And I do want to make it clear here for people watching, like, by no means am I or many of us smarter than the people who are making these things. So I give them all the credit for building these things that we get to enjoy. And then also when we're like frustrated, we got to talk about them like, hey, why didn't you bring this? And they have their own timelines, but I want to show respect to the actual developers, the coders, the engineers at Apple who have done great stuff. But at WWDC, I mean, I do feel like I was a little let down with some of these features. Universal control was one of those mind-blowing features that was really cool. I think they should have maybe shown that off a little earlier. I know they're trying to talk to Mac, but they saved it for like the Mac to the iPad. In a weird way, it would almost make it feel like I thought they were going to serve us up more iPad, Mac-like stuff at that point, but they didn't. But yeah, I'm just throwing things out there. I just don't want people to think that we're just beating up on these people that work hard, just because I think it's important to point that out. That's all.
Yeah, it's like with the universal control, like they had the vibe going and then they just killed it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a great way to put it. I started getting a little energized, and I was like, oh, here we go, back to normal. So, Corbin, thanks so much.
and then we go to health stuff.
Yo, I know, Corbin.
Yeah.
Corbin gave it a 4. That's where his score stands. Thanks so much for calling in, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to keep on going. It is 12:13. I'm going to stick around literally till 12:30 because I got to put together my own videos. I got some calls to take. Let's go to the 901. It looks like our friend Akash Kumar. Is that correct, from the 901? Are you there?
Yes. Hi, Brian.
What's up, Akash? Welcome. Thanks for calling. I feel like you've called before in previous shows.
Yes.
See?
Many times.
I
And
know.
I've answered the polls as well.
Yes, thank you so much. You're such a champ. Score for WWDC 21 and a thought about it.
I would give it a 9. actually.
Nice. Okay.
I thought it was pretty good.
Let's hear.
Yeah,
Let's hear why.
I thought, I loved all the features, especially SharePlay. I thought, it was good that they added that because, everyone's been using Zoom because it's more useful than FaceTime because it has more of those features that they just added. And I thought I was glad that they added it. Now I wish they did it last year, but obviously we didn't know there was going to be a pandemic that was going to keep us at home. So I'm just glad that they added it now, and I'm glad that it's there for everyone to use.
Quick thing, just to jump in on SharePlay real quick. I think what's interesting is that was clearly a feature that they worked on, kind of to address what was happening 6 months to a year ago, and looking forward, being like, you know what, if we're still in this situation, it's going to be useful. If we're not, people will still use it. And let's be real, that's a very targeted group of features and applications specifically to take away market share from Zoom. I mean, that's what it was, right? If you get a email with a link and someone wants to video conference you, and whether it was Zoom or not, whether it was a Microsoft Meetings or a Skype or a WebEx or something like that, you just click the link, right? And so now Apple is just basically saying, like, we have a link that you can click, and it's just, again, to kind of reinforce this idea of Apple is everywhere, and they have the resources to do that, right? This is more of a mind share thing. They didn't have to do it, but they did. And that, again, is trying to reinforce people like Apple is everywhere. So from a business standpoint, I think it's clever. I'm going to be curious to see, let's say, once the new operating systems come out, did they actually even give us a release date for them? I feel like they didn't, and probably they didn't.
No, I think they said just the fall.
Yeah, exactly. The normal fall stuff. So I'm going to be curious after 3 months or so, will I start receiving SharePlay or whatever they call it, FaceTime share meeting links, other than people that work from Apple? I'm really curious, like, how will that adoption go? Because I think that there's also, consumers have definitely picked up on the privacy benefits of Apple and feeling more secure in general. And I think Apple's really put their stamp on privacy, where when it was first talked about, you're kind of like, okay, well, what are you really going to do? It took them about 3 or 4 years to really make that like a really serious bullet point. But now I think that if you talk to most people that are following tech that are generally savvy about it, if you ask them what brand do you trust the most with your data, it's probably going to be Apple, quite honestly. So I think that's a smart move. You're gonna say some more stuff. I didn't mean to step over you, but I kind of wanted to add some points.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, overall, I thought it was a good keynote. I mean, there wasn't like nothing groundbreaking. I felt like they were playing catch up with a lot of different devices, like adding things that were on other devices. But I'm glad that it was there. One thing that obviously I was let down by, and you mentioned it all the time, is there was no really Mac features on the iPad that they added. No major features. I mean, I like the quick note, and the universal control is bonkers and it's amazing. That's great to have, but I just wish there were more Mac features on the iPad.
As a consumer for you, we talk about universal control, and I think everyone agrees like that was freaking amazing. But I'm wondering for you, do you think that's a feature that you'd end up using a lot or not? I'm just curious.
I think it would be kind of useful to it because like I might have like my MacBook Pro open next to my iMac, so that could help with doing two separate things in once. There would be no use for Sidecar at that point, so you could actually use that. And I just feel like it's pretty useful to have if you want to have like different monitors open without buying like a huge display. You can just use your own computer, your iPad and your MacBook next to your iMac, and just have like a very big workflow.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you so much for calling in, Kosh. Really appreciate it.
Wait,
you want to say something else?
I just wanted to add one more thing.
Oh, you got one more thing? Only Apple gets one more thing. I'm just kidding. What's that?
I don't know if you saw in the credits.
Oh God.
But they did mention that no iPads were harmed in the making of this video, so I was glad to know that.
It's a very important point. We love the iPad. Okay, Thanks, Akash. Appreciate it, brother. Take care. All right.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, let's keep on going down the line. We're gonna take right about maybe. I'm gonna try and crunch this in. Okay, let's show love and respect for our fellow callers. Let's try and keep each call around 2 minutes or so. I'm gonna get you have the floor, your rating, and what you liked or what you didn't like. We're gonna start here with the 410. I don't know who the name is here, but 410, you are up.
Hello.
Hello, who's this? Who am I talking to and where are you calling from?
Riley from Maryland.
Maryland. Welcome. A lot of is it stereotypical to say you have a lot of crabs in Maryland? Is that a bad thing, or you're proud about it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. Crawdads? Is it no? Okay, I'll stop. So
it's just crabs I don't really eat crabs, so.
So, welcome to the show. I guess really quickly your overall score rating, and then what stood out for you.
It's interesting. I'd say probably about a 6.5.
Okay, that's nice. And so that means you weren't blown away, but you generally thought it was all right.
There was some good stuff. There was some good stuff in there.
What feature stuck out to you the most?
The improvements to FaceTime with SharePlay.
So are you the type of person that you would absolutely want to use, kind of have that experience to share a video with someone?
It's really nice to have, especially with the FaceTime links.
Yeah.
And now Android window users can now do FaceTime calls.
Yeah, I think that makes it way more versatile.
Opens the whole door.
Absolutely. I mean,
the whole opportunity to like communicate with others more.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right on that. It's really cool. So, okay, SharePlay for you. I dig that. Thank you so much for calling in. We're going to keep on cranking through the calls, all right? Really appreciate it. All right, next up from the 561. If it got your name right and said, and this is Bradley I'm speaking to, then the call software did its job. Bradley, what's up?
Yes. What's going on, Brian?
Yes, call software for the win. Call software for the win. Thank you for coming in. Your rating and what you wanted to talk about.
Okay, so I honestly thought this was a pretty terrible keynote. I'm giving this a 3 or 4 out of 10.
Hey, keep it real with me,
and
baby.
That's not a knock, like you said, on any of these people. They're all a lot smarter than us, but I just have a few points I want to go through.
Yes,
real
let's
quick.
do it. No, go for it.
Okay, so the FaceTime thing, I'm a college student, so I was on Zoom like this whole year.
Mm-hmm.
And the FaceTime thing, it's great. It's something I've been asking for. But I feel like they very easily could have done that like a year ago and had a big PR press release about it and made it a big deal in the middle of the pandemic. Because you got to remember with these features, this isn't even going to launch until the fall, and we'll be in a different place then.
Great point.
So that's the first thing. Second thing is the iPad. I'm so over the iPad. They clearly have no idea what to do with the iPad, at least the iPad Pros, because you can't be putting an M1 in that thing and then not up the software at all, or not have Pro software on there. And anyone you know who actually wants to get things done or wants a productivity machine is just going to get a MacBook, especially when you price it out next to an iPad Pro. It's not even a question of what you should be getting, I think.
Amen.
And then the last thing is, throughout this keynote, I thought there was a lot of stuff that they were trying to show off that just should have already been there. Like when they started talking about iPadOS and they made a whole big deal about how you could put the widgets anywhere on the home screen now. Like Apple, shame on you. You should have done that a year ago when you introduced widgets for the first time, you know? Or even like Apple TV, they were like, you could now use HomePod minis as audio for it. Like, I just assumed that was already possible. So a few things like that, and I don't know if that's catch up or them just not putting in features when they launch products, or, you know, there was just a lot of stuff that should have already been there. And like someone said earlier, just not a lot of keynote-worthy features.
I think that's a great point, right? Kind of jumping on that idea of were many of these really keynote-worthy features? Because here's the other thing: Apple used the exact words here when they talked about using 2 HomePod minis. They said for amazing audio. Now, I don't know if you've listened to what a HomePod mini sounds like in real life. It sounds good for its size. There's no way I would ever use the word amazing for 1 or for 2 or for 3 or for 4 in combination. And that it's just like, remember, you guys did have an audio product that actually did have amazing audio. It was called the HomePod that they discontinued. Yeah. And so for them to even, that's such a reach. I'm just like, who are we kidding right now? Like, I don't, when it comes down to stuff like that, that is such like a, oh, this is how we feel, but we know it's not true. Don't do that type of stuff. But I agree with you. A lot of the stuff that we saw was arguably not keynote worthy, and more likely could have been like a bullet point on like a macOS, tvOS breakdown. And so I'm with you. You know, I think that if I had to, for me, I'm swimming somewhere around that 4 or 5 territory, because for me, it's not even about the features that they showed off. It's how many of these are actually going to really change what I do and from a daily basis. So one great example is I didn't expect it to change things for me, but when Apple introduced memories into the Photos app, and I could see them, and, you know, you get slideshows of your family and friends or where you've been. I actually look at those, right? And that was kind of a surprise that changed. Like, I allocated time to be like, oh, I'm going to look at this. Okay, that's nice. I don't, even with all these features, I just don't know how much of them are going to really change what I do. And I think that's what I look for. Maybe I'll use universal control. I'm going to have to find a use case for that. I think it's really badass, but will it change what I do? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to use, we'll see if I use Share Play FaceTime that much because of the current situation of us getting out of the pandemic. And you said, oh, by the time this comes out, it's going to be too late. Clearly, they started working on this like a year ago, maybe like during peak pandemic, right? It was like, oh, we need an answer. Let's just get this done. And so now it doesn't come across nearly as relevant.
Exactly. And I'm going to let you get to other calls, but one last note, since you kind of talked about the HomePod mini for a little bit. Yeah. I bought one in December, and that is easily the biggest regret purchase I have from Apple ever. And I'm pretty deep into the ecosystem. So,
hey, man, I love it. You're speaking truth, Bradley. You come and call anytime, because I know you'd be just as hype if you were hype. And right now, you're not feeling too good about what we saw today.
Yeah, usually I'm excited but disappointed. So thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for
you.
the great call. All right, excellent. Okay, we're going to keep on going through this, everybody. It is 12:26. This is a great timing for this call. I love this because I wanted to talk about this. I've got another call from the 951. The person's name is not on here, but I believe they want to talk about some Apple Maps action. Welcome to the show. Who's this that we're talking to?
Luis Camacho from Murrieta, California.
Luis?
Yes.
Did I hear that right?
How's
Excellent.
it going, Brian?
Welcome. Thank you so much for hanging out, my man.
So, I give the Keynote a 9 out of 10.
Woo!
I'm actually a bit higher. I really do like the implementations and the changes of Apple Maps,
Yeah.
I think that we're tending to forget that Apple's is a services company, and they are looking at their services, and they're looking how people are looking at everything. They're looking to gain market share away from Google and to build this privacy ecosystem. The way that the things that I saw from Apple, this is great. It was a much more toned down event. It wasn't as flashy, and I really like that because, first of all, we tend to forget what time we're in. We're starting to explore more, and Apple Maps is going to be the key again to opening up post-pandemic. So we're heading into that era right now, hopefully. And besides Apple Maps, the thing that we're starting to look at is we're tending to forget what's going on right now in all these calls that I've been hearing is what's going on in the world. I don't think new hardware was appropriate right now because the car industry, every kind of industry is going through shortages right now. And I think it's affecting Apple. And I don't think they wanted to push the envelope before they knew that they had stock for building these new products in check. And when I go back to when I'm seeing the software and everything like that, I think that they toned it down and said, let's find ways to connect people and hold people together right now. So once we start opening up, and then we can start pushing the envelope again. That's how my mind was set on this Apple event. It was more toned, and it really spoke to the developers, especially at the end of the keynote, which this is what this event is for. We tend to forget the hype machine really exploded, and people wanted to see crazy things, but we're not at that time yet. That's how I saw things right now.
Man, Luis, you're a real one because I think I really appreciate your perspective here about, we don't talk about this and we are out of a pandemic, but I think I loved how you're like, look, for people that aren't familiar, there's a chips and component shortage happening worldwide. There's a reason why, we are living first world problems, many of us, of like saying, oh, there's not, like, let's be real. There's no MacBook Pro, I'm so mad. Like, that's a first world problem, right? And so for something like PS5s in shortage, Xboxes, video cards, everything from smallest components, because of pandemic and then because of chip suppliers being squeezed right now and everyone being at home and them asking, more inventory, all these electronics are selling at a crazy rate as well. It's challenging. So I thought that was kind of an interesting perspective. I mean, I think that it's definitely something to factor in. And if they're not ready, they're not ready. We'll see, in the next few weeks. Maybe, we had a month and we got, iPad Pro, M1 iMac, basically AirTags. We got a lot of stuff. Maybe we'll see something in the next month that follows up and piggybacks on this thing. But I do want to talk about Apple Maps because I think for the longest time, and I don't think people have gotten over it, Apple Maps was a laughingstock. But Apple Maps has done significant improvements where not only is it more than reliable and more than capable. There are absolute times where I'm using Apple Maps over Google Maps. I think that their Street View, they kind of have this warp zoom over you can fly through, is better. I think what they showed, their 3D rendered maps, actually look better in their kind of the cartooned, polished Apple way. They have this great feature. If you happen to be a part of the ecosystem and you have an Apple Watch while you're driving or walking down blocks, it vibrates and taps to alert you that a turn or a move is coming up. It's actually really, it's coming together as a really valuable tool. They even took features from Wave now where you can basically say if there's hazards on the road to kind of help other users. So for people that think Apple Maps is not worth using, I would, as someone who was heavily in the anti-Apple Maps camp after the Scott Forstall fallout, I can tell you I use it, and I think, before I used to be annoyed with Yelp because it would send me to use Apple Maps. Now I'm like, okay, fine. I'm good with that. So Apple Maps has definitely come up.
And that's a great point that you point out, because Apple Maps has really matured over time.
Totally.
Where I feel Google Maps is regressing. In stylistic approach, like if you're here in California and you see if everybody ever wondered why our highway sign looks like that green triangle, curved triangle, it's supposed to, Google Maps doesn't use that, but that green triangle is supposed to signify the miners for the gold rush. So it signifies a shovel. It's a backwards shovel sign. So Apple Maps uses that. Google Maps, because I don't know what their designers are doing. If you're in other states too, here in California, all the road signs match. And that's been a strong point design-wise and also accessibility wise. Apple Maps has been trying to push that envelope forward, where I feel Google Maps looks like your beta maps now. And they're focusing way too much on AI versus Apple is trying to integrate the AI, the neural engine and everything, but at a subtle pace to not scare the consumer, to slowly bring them in. And I think that's why Apple is being very methodical about how they're implementing Siri and not trying to scare the consumer away.
Yeah. Hey, great, Luis. Great call. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, friend. All right.
Bye.
All right. We'll see ya. Okay. I know I keep on saying I keep the call short, but I think like when there's great calls and you guys are like waiting so patient, I got to hit that. So let's go. I got to hit that. The call. All right. 908 wants to talk about, I believe maybe macOS and iPad. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello? Is this me?
This is me. I mean, is this me?
Okay, this is Jack Lecter. I'm calling about the Apple event.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was pretty good. I liked some of it. I didn't like all of it. Some of it kind of tuned me out. But I have to say, I installed macOS Big Sur on my MacBook Pro, and I've been getting a service battery error message ever since then. And I don't know if Apple realizes this or if it's just happening with older units, but that's a bad Apple, and they definitely need to fix that.
Can you say it with more gusto? Give me your like best bad Apple screen.
That's a bad Apple.
That is. You know, I don't actually I don't actually know about that specific issue, but you know, I think that macOS Big Sur, depending on the computer and hardware, and it's always this kind of tricky with specifically the macOS, can be hit or miss. I mean, there's people where I would recommend, depending on what they're using, like don't even get the latest OS, and kind of once you're ready to really find those apps that are compatible to do it. So I'm sorry to hear about that. I don't have any answer or solution to why it's doing that, but you know, I feel for you. I'm like, I don't know. I don't have an answer on the top of my head. So, I forgot. What did you rate? What did you rate the Keynote again? Just because I want to get through people.
I'll give it a 7 to be fair. I was going to give it a 2, but you know, I wasn't expecting any hardware or anything. I knew this was going to be software mainly because I know the hardware stuff is going to come in the fall. But yeah, that's my generosity, though, because I've been following Apple since 2006.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much for calling. And I do need to make a correction there. It's not macOS Big Sur. It's macOS Big Sur. You know what we do. Okay, here we go. Let's keep on going down here. Colin, I don't know. I don't have a number. I don't have a user. If you can hear me, you're on. What's your name? Where are you calling from? This just says anonymous. It says anonymous. Anonymous.
Well, you gotta love the iPhone that you could do that. Hi, my name is Shad. I'm calling from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Canada, our home and native land. Okay, I'll stop. I love your national anthem. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. I have to say, I'm a new subscriber to you. I watch a lot of your videos. I started university, and you helped me get my pick the new MacBook Air, and I got the iPad Air. But when it does come to the announcement, I will give it, like, I was really struggling between a 3.5 and a 4. The reason for it is I found it in a lot of areas very boring, but a lot of repeating. The photos. I'm like, okay. For the Apple Watch, the photo face, I actually like that. I think it's going to look really beautiful, but it was just boring.
Did we have to see a demo of it, though? Did we have to see a demo of that, though? You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah. But for me, like, I love the switch between the MacBook and the iPad, because the thing is for me, I use both for studying and for work. But the one thing I'm really disappointed and I was really hoping for was they were going to, for the Mac, with the Apple Pencil to do more with the Apple Pencil. I love the notes that you can write notes and stuff. But for me, it's like I got the Apple Pencil, so I don't have to touch the screen as much. I find like I'm cleaning the screen because if I want to switch apps or, screens or whatever, I can't do it off the pencil. That's the one thing I was really hoping for, that they would do more features with the Apple or with the pencil. Sorry. And that was my disappointment. But when it came to everything else, I mean, I know you talked about the FaceTime. I hope like the FaceTime, you could do it off like the MacBook and the iPad. But when it comes down to everything, it was a very disappointing disappointment announcement. But with a lot of people thinking, oh, they're going to release, a new MacBook. Well, no, this is a software thing. But when it comes to software, the only thing that blew me out of the water, because you talked about the the map, which you really took that one away from me. And I remember when the car came through Calgary, it drove right past me. I'm going, ooh, can't wait for this. But the thing is the maps and the wizard to go back and forth was the only thing, and watching, for FaceTime watching videos. But when it comes to everything else, it was disappointment. I'm sorry. As you say, it was a bad Apple. It was really bad. I actually found myself where I was actually falling asleep while they were talking because I was going, okay, this is boring. But thank you for taking my call. Again, new subscriber, first-time caller. I can't wait until next time, my friend.
Man, thank you so much. Being independent and being able to have people like you that have just discovered my content means everything, because that's how, I grow and I'm able to continue to do this. So thank you so much. Really appreciate everything, all right? And I'll keep on trying to deliver the goods for you. That's my job. All right. Take care.
All right. Have a good day, I have to do that, just because I'm Canadian.
Hey, I like it. You got to represent. All right. Gotta love I honestly love the international flavor that we have here. Okay, I know I said I'd do 12:30. We're at 12:39. Okay, it's so hard for me not to talk to everybody. So let's do this. We're gonna do a quick round. All you are allowed to say aloud, because I'm the boss. No, I'm not. Your rating, and then the one thing you liked and one thing you didn't. You have to say that in 20 seconds. Prepare yourself. And once I do that, we're gonna go through really fast the last 10 if I can. If you try and call in, I'm not going to take it, but the last 10, your score, what you like and what you didn't. I'm not even going to respond. That's it. Okay, here we go. We're going to start here with someone who's anonymous. They can hear me. Your score, what you liked and what you didn't.
Yes. I'm going to say a rating of 1.
And what you liked?
That's from an information. Sorry to interrupt you. That's from an information and security standpoint of view. It's basically with all new features, it's really too much sharing and too much data being stored in the cloud, really. And also regarding the VPN feature, it's really not really securing really anything, because all you're really doing is handing your data more to Apple.
Yep, and I think. Go ahead.
Also, I kind of agree with everyone regarding the iPad. It's a major disappointment.
Yeah. I'm an iPad user, and that honest, that hurt my soul. I was like, this is what we're getting at WWDC with an M1 iPad Pro? Come on, guys. Maybe something will change later in the year, with maybe software partners opening up when they get their hands on iPadOS 15, but I don't see it, and it makes me kind of oh my gosh. So, okay, I'm sorry I have to pound through these calls, but I'm going to keep on going, all right? Say one more thing? Yes, sir.
I almost hit to say it, but macOS is slowly becoming Windows 8 and Windows 10.
He's like, before I do this, let me just mic drop this right now. I'll give you that. All right, thanks so much for calling. Thank you. Okay, next call we have coming into us from the 312. I believe my friend's name is Rolando, if the call software got it right.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on? What's good? Thank you so much for calling.
Bro, I grew up watching CNET with you, man. Oh, my goodness. It's amazing, man. So just to do this quick, what I like the maps. All these little iOS features, they're like little things that you'll eventually start using throughout your days. So I think that's just pretty neat. Now, the only downside was on watchOS. Now, the breathing app, it's giving me the new design is giving me like a trypophobic vibe. I don't like it. Too many holes. Dog.
Rolando, what was your final score of the keynote? Scale of 1 to 10.
I would give this one a 7, my dude.
Okay. Hey, sorry I couldn't talk to you longer, but thank you so much for calling and sticking with me through all the years, man. I really appreciate that stuff.
Take care, my dude.
All right, later, bro. Okay, Rolando gives it a 7. Let's go up to our next call. Looks like Luke, potentially, from the 763. What's up, Luke? Is that correct?
Hey. Yep, Luke.
All right, you know the drill. Let's do it, baby.
All right, I'm going to give the event a 5. I do like the universal connection thing that they said with the Mac and the iPad. I'm a graphic design major, and I very much see myself working on my iPad Pro and then just dragging it to my MacBook to put it in through like our Google Classroom and Student View stuff for like submissions. I really am going to use that a lot. I see that. That was actually a highlight. But honestly, I was thinking about going maybe, I have a 2018 iPad Pro, thinking about maybe doing the M1 iPad. At this point, it's not worth it. I'm going to wait for a new MacBook Pro with M1X or M2 or whatever until they can actually start taking the iPad Pro more seriously.
Great point. All right, thanks so much for calling, Luke. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great points there. All right, some of this hard-hitting, fast stuff. This is fun. All right, let's go here. It looks like our friend might be named Nicholas Reed from, I don't know exactly what region. I think this might be international call. Are you there, Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm from Peru.
From Beirut, you said?
Yeah, everything fine here.
Wow. So you know the drill, your score and what you liked and what you might not have not liked really quickly.
Look, my score is 5, and you know why? Because there's no calculator on iPad.
I was gonna wait to. Oh, you're so good. That is the. No calculator on the iPad.
That's the only reason.
He gives it a 5. That's so good. Okay, Nick, and then
for some bonuses, iPad screen mirroring.
Any other points before I let you go? That was great, though.
And iCloud Plus. What's all about that?
Well, the VPN industry is very lucrative, where basically your data and info and all your activity goes through a server that hides your activity and allows, for someone like Comcast or the internet service provider that you have not get access to what you're doing, where you're going, because they can pull that data and then basically sell that to telemarketers. So that's why VPNs become very lucrative, because people, you pay like $2-3 per month to do it. Apple's getting into that business. So because Apple is kind of like the head, really becoming one of those companies that has really associated themselves so strongly with privacy, they're going to jump on that, and we'll see how many people actually take advantage of it. I'm going to be really curious. I don't think the general consumer understands what a VPN is yet that much. I mean, when I say general consumer, I'm talking about like my mom and my dad, who's kind of like the general user, but they're going to need to kind of educate them better to see if that takes off. But there's an opportunity for Apple to make the VPN digestible to the average consumer, which is kind of crazy. So we'll see how they approach that.
I love that, but I like it, that part where they say for the same price.
All right, Nicholas, thank you so much for calling. You're funny, man.
Okay.
Appreciate it, bro. All right, take care. Thank you so much. Okay, how many more hits we got? Okay, I see some of y'all people calling in like, wow, even though I said, but 21 minutes waiting patiently. Is this Yusuf? Oh, sorry, no, this is not Yusuf. Is this Carol from the 360?
Hi, my name is Gabriel.
Oh, Gabriel, I'm so sorry. It's the call software. Gabriel, your score for the event, and then quickly, one thing you liked and one thing you didn't.
I would give the event a 5.
Okay, a lot of people are sitting on 5. That's good.
Something I really liked was the whole ability to take one thing you're doing on like the iPad, and transfer it to like your MacBook or your iMac.
So good.
And one thing I was not too happy about was the whole interfacing, the FaceTime link, where you could send it to an Android user, but then, and if they would do that with a browser, why not just make a standalone app.
Great
for
point.
Android.
Great point. I think that, there were rumblings that we would see messages on Android. We know that Apple Music is an app that exists on Android today. So I'm there with you. Maybe it's something down the road. They're planting the seeds where we could see a messages app on Android, and it would make sense now that they have this ability to send a link out, and ideally they're trying to lure or at least create their own video conferencing thing like Zoom to Android and Windows, whoever. But to your point, through a browser, why not do an app? It just smells ripe for Apple to just do a messages app with video conferencing in it and put it on Android. There's nothing really super exclusive about their app other than the fact it has blue text bubbles, right? And if they get over that, more people would use their platform, quite honestly, because there's plenty of people who have a group chat and that one person makes it a green bubble, and I don't care, but a lot of people care. I don't care, but a lot of people care. So that was a great suggestion. I really appreciate that, Gabriel. So thank you so much for calling, and we'll talk to you soon, okay, buddy? All right. Next up, the 816 might be Patrick. Where are you calling from, Patrick? Are you there, bro?
Yeah, I'm calling from Orlando, Florida.
Nice. Welcome to the show. Thank you. You kind of know the drill, so I'm going to let you go.
I'm going to give it a 3. I think too many people are drinking the apple juice and giving it high numbers, but it was pretty boring.
Were you not entertained? No, I wasn't either. I was checking my phone and stuff. Highlight and thing you liked and thing you didn't like.
The thing I liked was the stuff they're doing in the Apple Wallet, but it's going to take years and states before it actually people notice they got on iOS 15 and got a benefit. So that's kind of sad. And then the thing I didn't like was, they split iPadOS and iPhone OS to create this new unique experience, but then they spent this whole release catching it up to the iPhone instead of, advancing its own feature set.
Great point. How they're kind of like basically taking those, let's call them Apple Android features, and then just putting it on the iPad instead of, the whole thing is that Apple's been pushing to make this iPad its own thing. We got improved multitasking, but what else told us that they're really serious about taking the M1 processor seriously? And that was the biggest letdown for me. And I mean, a lot of people have said that, but right after they were done with that segment, I'm like, are you kidding me? That's it? Big letdown.
Yeah. Widgets in app drawer. Yep. You okay? Come to the iPhone. Now when are you going to use all the new power or add anything new to the experience besides multitasking?
Patrick, it's called a shelf, okay? Let's give it the proper credit it deserves. Okay?
I think that's what they did with this release. They kind of just put it on the shelf, and hopefully next release they'll kick it up and stop playing catch up with offline Siri and Google Photos or memories and all that.
This is you're absolutely right. I'm with you on that. Okay, thank you so much, Patrick. Appreciate it, bro.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm trying to show love to all you that are sticking around. Let's go here. We got about 2 more calls we're going to take. I keep on going over. I just hate not taking your call. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Sorry. Come back here. From the 804. I believe your name is
Brian.
Nick. Is this Nick?
My name is Nick.
What's up, Nick? Thanks for calling.
Yes,
Sorry
sir.
about that.
How are you?
Good.
No, you're fine. I give it a 7.
Okay.
Just because Apple could have done better. My favorite feature is the wallet app where you can put your driver's license.
I love that.
In there. I'm a huge Apple Pay guy. I have the card and a bunch of other coupons and stuff. But what I'm worried about is that really like an acceptable form of ID? Like if I get pulled over by a cop, are they going to be able to take that?
I mean,
because if it is, then I'll just leave my wallet at home.
I'm going to just say this. In the current climate, do I want to be reaching in my pocket when a policeman pulls me over to show them my iPhone? I'm going to say no right now.
No, you're right.
Honestly,
No,
that's
you're
such a
right, but I'm
subtle,
saying too,
simple
like-
thing, right? It sounds stupid, but this is stuff we got to think about,
No, you're right, but I'm saying too, like, are they going to be able to, I need to see your actual ID.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be like, oh, sorry, I don't have it. One thing I didn't like, and call me crazy, is I didn't like the notifications. I'm somebody who has dual SIMs, and I use one for work and one for personal. It would have been cool to have it, like, instead of having a work, like when you put your do not disturb for work, have it linked to that dual SIM number.
Yeah, yeah.
That would have been super cool.
I think the interesting thing about the notifications is it's going to take... No, you're good. It's going to take work for you to distinguish what you want and what you don't. Like, that requires a lot of setup. It's right. There's one like a work profile, a hangout profile, a friend's profile. You're going to have to kind of figure out those sliders. I just know that people are lazy, and I don't know how many people are actually going to really dig deep into that.
I didn't like it because it's either either have it set up that way or just give me another phone.
Yeah.
Give me another iPhone I can use for work and personal. But thank you for having me on the call. Sorry.
No, you're fine, Nick.
Super nervous.
This is Nick. You are part of the fabric of the show. I really appreciate you coming out here and contributing. So I'm pushing people through.
Thank you for your time, and I would love to be on the podcast one day, maybe.
Yo, call in, baby. You know how we do it, all right? So thank you so much, Nick. Okay, just a quick thing. I will take one more call before we go, but I do want to acknowledge when I can see it, super chat contributions, which are so kind because I'm doing this all on my own. Everett Baker, thank you so much for your $20 contribution. Ridiculous. If also people feel like super chatting and you want to ask me a question, I do answer questions. Some people are asking like, how do you like LA? And like, I'll answer that as well. But so grateful for your support that allows me to keep on doing this. Okay, let's get to 2 more calls here. Mr. Potential, if the call software got it right, Mario Rodriguez, 910. Did they actually get your full name correct?
Yeah, somebody got it right, man.
Damn,
software works.
Someone got it right. All right, welcome. Quick, your score, and then what you liked and what you didn't.
I'll give it a 9.
Woo!
I like the focus feature on iOS, and the wallet feature, and then what I didn't like, I think with most people, is the whole just so they can do more with the iPad, but they can do more just because they put the M1 chip in there. So I mean, you got to give us more, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's interesting about the focus feature, and I did find it funny, but it is indicative of a sign of the times, is that before we used to be before phones or even early on, like we're pretty disciplined to just put it down or get rid of it. But now, I mean, this focus feature is almost basically like forcing you to choose an option that prevents you from picking up your phone because, they started this with all these stupid ass notifications nonstop where you're like, buzz, what is it? Is it important? And now it's like, we need to create an app that kind of slows that down so that you won't touch your phone all the time. And it just shows how much digital and technology how technology has really kind of changed how our brains are coded and how we react to those things. I think, when the first phones came out, most people would have had an easier ability to just leave your phone away. I really try and get rid of my phone when I don't need it, but it's still really hard for a lot of people. So focus is good. It's helpful, but it's almost like we put ourselves in this position, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's normally the simplest things that we probably take for granted. So I think it's like a really small thing, but like all day today, I should be working, but I keep getting hit up with these notifications. That clown show Logan Paul fight. So I'm like, maybe I'll take a look. I really should be working, but So I mean, something as simple as that.
Absolutely.
It's great. And then, but man, I really appreciate it. Love you, man. I think you're phenomenal. Thanks for your time, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for calling and thanks for the support. I'm glad I could get the call to you because that's what it's all about. So thank you, Mario. Appreciate it all, and we'll see you at the next keynote or whatever. Okay. All right, everybody. I need to be disciplined. I really do. I appreciate everything so much. We have a super chat here that just checked in and asked, how long should we expect to wait for the new MacBook Pro since they didn't release it today? If I could tell you, I would. But since I can't, I won't. That's all. That's all I got. Meaning, do I know anything? No. I'm just saying, even if I did know, I couldn't tell you, right? I literally couldn't tell you. So, Alexander, thank you so much. And then also, Gordon S., thank you so much for the contribution. Okay, everybody, that is going to wrap it up today. Thank you so much for all of you for spending your time with me, whether it's before the show, later in the show, participating and being a part of this. I will look for your bingo. Remember, let's not forget about, we had our BTZ's bingo. If you were able to get a card and fill out and get 5 in a row, sorry, I'm showing it here, not a blackout, just 5 in a row anywhere, all you got to do is go to my Twitter, send me a tweet. Why is this not working? Whatever. Twitter. Oh, here it is. Okay, send me a tweet at Brian Tong is my account. And from there, I will collect all of those specific bingo cards. And then I'm going to give away potential winner of one of 3 $25 Apple gift cards. That's kind of slick. You can buy a USB cable with. I know it's that tough. It is that tough. Could you wait? You could buy an AirTag, but you'd have to pay the tax on it. But you could. Okay, everybody. Thank you again so much. We will be back. If you enjoyed this, first timer, I've got content that comes out every week. It's a combination of Apple and general tech. I got some TV reviews coming up. When I talk about TVs, we're talking about like Samsung stuff, Sony stuff, some great stuff there. So I do focus on a lot of Apple, but I do focus on a lot of tech everywhere. So thank you for the opportunity to really do this. Thank you for all of your Super Chat supports. And I guess that's going to do it. We'll see you next time on the next one. Take care, everyone. Be safe. Be good to each other. And we will talk to you soon, all right? Peace.